Perfect. It remembered my timer source. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. Okay. Let's rearrange some things. Make this smaller. Okay. Timer is ready to go. 15-ish hours alchemy. Should be sub 15. Sub 15 is not terribly hard as long as RNG goes like okay. Anyway, let's get this going. 3, 2, 1, let's go. We are off doing this run. Very important. Skip that cutscene. It's the only cutscene we can skip. All you have to do is press X and you skip a huge opening cutscene. Yeah, this is going to be going a while. I meant to start this earlier, but sleep happened. Or rather, sleep was not easy for me to come by last night, so I'm going to turn the game sound down just a little bit. Yes, thank you. We all appreciate Alf here. This speedrun is endorsed by Alf. Okay. I haven't played this on stream in a while, so we'll see how much I remember. I mean, I did just finish routing cutscene %, so hopefully I remember how to play the game decently well in the any % route. I do have my notes pulled up just in case. The nice thing is, since I have like Turbo X basically pressed down, I can just like get ready on the disc change. Because there is a point coming up soon where we have to do some game breaking. Also, I'm being a little more explainy than I might usually be because this is going to be a marathon submission, so I'm gonna explain everything as we go. Gotta have all the explanations of what's going on. But yeah, our first sort of major glitch is coming up. And we're gonna use it to just kind of overpower ourselves for the entire rest of the run, or most of the rest of the run. We can't quite overpower ourselves fully, but we're gonna be using a glitch that was found fairly recently, called the kernel menu, which works basically by putting disk 2 in at a certain point and then swapping back to disk 1 at the end of a battle scene, which this opening cutscene counts as a battle scene. Fortunately, this is guaranteed here. It is a 50% chance normally, but in this particular scene that we do it at the opening, it's guaranteed, so we don't have to deal with that RNG. We will be doing another one later, which will require the 50% RNG. But we can use the kernel menu to do all sorts of fun things. So I'm going to swap disks on this text box to disk 2. Now we get this beeping. I apologize for the beeping. The beeping is a part of the run. Okay. We want to go menu. I'm navigating this menu blind. We're gonna buy one of those. And pretty far down here. We need a lot of speed stars. Speed stars are good. They cast haste. We like speed stars. By the way, we also have infinite money for all these shops that I'm navigating to. But you can use this kernel menu to rename anyone in the game. Including, it does not work for characters in cutscenes, but it'll rename them in the menu. And, sorry. Gotta concentrate when I'm trying to navigate the menu blind. It will also rename them it'll rename characters in the menu, and we can also rename gears in both the menu and in cutscenes. So, kernel menu is fun to deal with. I forgot something important in that shop because I was talking. This is the wrong shop. We need those mine cards. I'm gonna buy a couple of Sigma Sols just as safety. We probably will not need them. All of these ether drives, we need all of the ether drives. It's very important. We're gonna buy just a few EP drives. Yes, that's all I need. Now we can open a regular menu here. In this kernel menu, we need to use all these drives on Faye. Basically, what the drives do is they give you more in the stat. We're boosting up Faye's ether stat a lot. He also needs to have maximum EP. We won't need EP drives for anyone else. Let me double check that that's all good. Yes, okay. And we need to equip. Faye needs an ether doubler and 2 speed rings. Satan is going to get 3 speed ring S's. Because we like going fast. Going fast is kind of overpowered. You're not supposed to get that many speed ring S's in the game. Anyway, we're gonna get some a glitchy item here. Just quickly grab that. Quickly grab some Zeta Souls. These are also for safety. And then a bunch of Omega Souls. These are actually required at some points, but we're gonna get a bunch extra for safety. They're basically elixirs. They're very good, but you can't use them in battle. Then back to our drive shop, because we are not done buying ether drives. We need more. Faye's not strong enough. Faye actually, even with that 99 plus ether, doesn't have enough ether, so we're gonna buy more. Feed those to Faye. The beeping should stop sort of soon. Well, we have a bit more menuing to do, but once we're out of this menu, we will have no more beeping. Okay, I need another stack for the road. This stack for the road is very important. We'll be using it later on some other characters. Which is really the big disadvantage of this kernel menu, is we only have access to Faye and Satan, and we would really like to boost up some other characters later on. Making sure I'm lined up in my notes. Okay. Now it's time to do gear shopping. Very important that we do this after all the character shopping. We need a whole bunch of power magics. They're really good for your ether. We need to buy a bunch of things to make glitch part work, so we need just a bunch of slots in our inventory filled, which is why I'm buying one of everything in this shop. I'm also buying GNRS 50s as well, because those are the best. And then we are also going to tune up Faye's engine to Omega 100, Satan's engine to Omega 100, and Satan's armor to Z Gold 100 for safety. Now, okay, sorry, that's a lot of counting that I had to do. This was 62 up inputs that I had to do after the initial few right inputs. And we want to buy R. R is important. I'm also buying that other one just to make sure that I have enough items in my inventory. This should be where our frames are. We need to tune up our frames. We're getting frames that you'd normally only get on disc 2. We're almost done with this menu. Don't worry, we will be out of the beeping soon. Oh, I should let's just demonstrate that I can rename people. Look, I can rename Ellie. And there's one of these for everyone. I know how to get to them. So that could be an incentive. Let's do the equipping. We need to equip Heimdall first. GNRS 50s. Just all GNRS 50s. Faye, we're going to... Weltall, we're going to give R. As well as 2 GNRS 50s. Don't question why we have access to Weltall and Heimdall at this point, even though we shouldn't have access to them in the story yet. It's fine. We're done with this heckin' menu. We can escape. The beeping shall end soon. I'm going to save over this save file. Pay no attention to it. And now, we reset. Because that's how we escape from this menu. Saving and resetting. Okay. I'm pretty sure I got everything in that menu. That is a very important menu. As if you miss anything, it kind of messes up the entire rest of the run. But we have escaped the beeping for now. There will be beeping back. The beeping will come back later. But only briefly. It's a much shorter menu later on. And it will not be back for many hours. We've escaped the worst of the beeping. So yeah, we reset there. That reset is also important because if you try to play this game without resetting, the game will just not work. It cannot handle playing the game from the beginning without resets. Even in NMG, they have to they have to force a reset about an hour into the run just to make sure that they get a reset. But we're going to be resetting a couple times throughout this run for like specific glitch things, so won't have to worry about that. Anyway, we've now arrived. The cutscene just keeps playing from right where we left off, and we're now here in the house. Heck. Here in Leyhan, you know, chilling in Leyhan. Everything's fine. We just like took 10 minutes in a menu, not 10 minutes, 8 minutes in a menu, and now we're just gonna, everything is normal. Let's just pretend that didn't happen. We're just gonna go through the plot as normal, talking to Dan here. He's gonna talk about how, hey, it's his older sister's wedding day to Timothy, who's that guy over there who chimed in briefly. And Dan wants to talk about stuff outside. We're not going to talk to him outside. We just have to get outside in order to get to the next place we need to go. And in order to get outside, you need to sit through this cutscene. Yeah. basically Tim is marrying Dan's older sister Alice, who we're not actually just going to visit. Yes, get out of my way. We can go right into Alice's house, and we're going to talk to Alice, and Alice is basically in this cutscene going to explain that she has feelings for Faye. But Faye only showed up 3 years ago in this village with no memory of any of his life beforehand. And she's like, if you had been here longer, maybe we could have ended up together, but I feel like, you know, I'm making the right decision by marrying Timothy. They're all like 17, 18, by the way. These are fairly young adults. But yeah, that's basically a quick summary of what's happening in that scene. Yeah. Oh yeah, Alice also needs us to go get some camera equipment from Dr. Satan Uzuki, who lives up on the mountain, just outside of town. So we're gonna get our first, objective. Our first, little quest. We have to go get camera equipment. You know, it's better than rescuing a cat or something, but, you know, it's our first little fetch quest of the game, the JRPG, you know. I mean, you know how this all works. We start with getting some camera equipment for this wedding that's happening, and then we end with killing God. That's how all these games work. Anyway, we're just gonna head right outside. We are done here in the town. Run out this way to the north. This run is much nicer than NMG in that no major glitches would have to take some random encounters and actually fight them and track inputs and things. We don't have to deal with that. We're not going to be doing any of that in this run. We will be running from pretty much any random encounter that I see. There's a couple of times where running is not safe, and I will talk about those times. But generally, we're going to be running. You may notice that my Faye is very fast. Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's 4 runs we failed. We're doing real well. So this is a little sketchy. Okay. Each run attempt is a pure 50% of coin flip. I'm actually gonna use an Omega Soul for safety, because that's how this run has gone. We don't need the Omega Souls that much, that I can't just use one there for safety. We have so many Omega Souls, we're good. Didn't quite make it through the screen without another encounter. That's okay. And keep just trying to run. See, there we get it first try. Every run attempt is a 50-50. That's just how they programmed this game. So the more turns you get, the more likely you are to run. Just because it is a pure 50-50. And we have made it to the top of the mountain pass, where Satan's house is. We're gonna head inside through this door. We have to talk to Yui here. Yui says Satan is tinkering with his junk out in the backyard. It's literal junk. Don't worry, it's fine. Reminder: this game's localization was done this game's translation was done entirely by one person. So there's some interesting lines. Anyway, we head back here, meet up with Doc, Satan Uzuki. Satan is wrapping up his tinkering for the day. You can head right inside and investigate this music box. I like that we get a little bit of like little music box music here. But basically Satan is like, I'm gonna make sure that I'm gonna take down the camera equipment myself, and but you can stay for dinner, Faye, because you came all the way up this mountain. And then Faye is like, this music seems familiar. But then the music box falls apart, so that's not good, I guess. I mean, it's just a music box. It's not like it's a super important thing, right? Definitely not foreshadowing for anything that's going to happen later. And yeah, Satana's like, I'll bring it down tomorrow. And we're just gonna go home and have a nice, like, wedding ceremony tomorrow. It's gonna be great. Everything's gonna just work out as planned. Yep, the path is apparently dangerous. The path is no more dangerous than it was before. Actually, I think it might be less dangerous. Doing some camera changing there for just a minor optimization for what's coming up. Oh, heck. Accidentally ran past the bridge. we have, of course, not all can go well. Forever. We have to have a problem in this game, you know? And Satan has come running, because he saw those things, the gears, as they are now being labeled from Kislev. I guess I forgot to talk about the intro setup, which is that Kislev and Ave are two countries at war, and we're in a village near the border. Let's see if I can... Oh wow, we almost beat Satan. Satan runs very fast, so it feels good when you actually get a glimpse of him down there. Anyway, Leihan is falling apart. It has seen better days. The townspeople seem not to be too bothered by it. They're just kind of hanging out. There's Timothy and Alice. Okay. Anyway, yeah, there's some fighting happening in this village, and apparently the pilot in this gear just falls out. We get our first glimpse of the anime budget in this game. Well, our first glimpse that we see in the speedrun. We skipped the first cutscene, but that is unfortunately the only cutscene we can skip with just pressing a button. We can skip some other scenes, but those skips are a little more complicated. But yeah, I'm not going to explain too many of the animated scenes, because they do kind of speak for themselves. The game sort of is supposed to be a little confusing at this point, and really through a lot of the early game with a lot of the animated scenes, you're not supposed to be able to understand what exactly is happening. But, long story short, Faye got in a gear. He's theoretically never piloted a gear before, but now he's in a gear. And now we're getting a quick tutorial on how to use the gear. Can't skip this, unfortunately. We're out of health mode. I'm low on health because I got myself a better frame. in that menu, and we should not be doing 2,000 damage at this point. So yeah, that menu we did is making us very overpowered, and the R part specifically is making Weltall extraordinarily fast. That's why we get R. The two GNRS 50s each gives me an extra 50% attack power, basically. On top of my engine, which is ridiculously strong. So I have basically double the best engine in the game's attack power. And then R is giving me ridiculous agility. It can be a double-edged sword sometimes. Because of the way R works, it's a little bit glitchy, and sometimes it overflows, and you get one agility, essentially, and Faye goes really slow. But there's usually ways to manipulate it so that it doesn't do that. Underwater especially is when it doesn't cooperate. Spoiler, there are underwater fights in this game. In Gears. Not so much outside of the Gears. Anyway. You find out Dan is still in the village because he wanted to save his sister's wedding dress, which one of the first things you learn is in this kind of situation, do not go back for things. Your life is worth more than things. And Zatanna's like, hey, let's get out of here, Dan. And then, oh hey, it's Timothy. Timothy's back. Surely this will all end perfectly fine, and everyone's just gonna escape from the village safely. This is not a real fight, we're just transitioning to a battle scene, but the game remembers that Faye is low on hit points because we didn't refuel. Or we didn't restore his Gears hit points after buying him a better frame that has much higher max HP. Because we don't need it. We don't need to refill his HP yet. It'll get refilled automatically later, so it's just faster not to refill. Anyway, things are not going well. Timothy is gone. Goodbye, Timothy. We will miss you. Got very attached to you. Something weird is happening with Faye. That's all I'm gonna say. And that's probably not good. Bye, Alice. Faye kind of just destroyed the entire village. And then we come to outside the village. I mean, some people survived. Dan is still here. Zatanna is still alive, that's good. I guess. Is Zatanna a good person? It's highly debatable. Based on some of his actions throughout the game. He's a good party member, so I will happily say that him being alive is a good thing, because he is... I mean, he's not like the most useful party member to this run, but he's also definitely not useful. Then again, there are only about 4 total like useful party members in this run, and Faye is one of them. Faye is quite useful because the game says, "Hey, you're gonna have enough solo fights where Faye has to do all the fighting, that you better make Faye good. You better invest in your protagonist, because he's gonna have to do a bunch of stuff on his own." So of course we have to. We do that. We invest in him. But for the fights where we can invest in other characters, it is actually worth investing in a couple of other characters and making just a couple of other characters a bit more powerful than they might otherwise be to speed our way through some other fights. Because there is at least one section of the game, I think a couple sections of the game actually, where you do not get to use Faye. Where Faye is removed from the party and you have to deal with your other party members. But we have ways around that as well. We have ways to overpower through those fights. So. We invested a bit early in Satan, and Satan is going to be useful early on, but we are not going to be investing any further effort into Satan beyond just giving him some speed rings to make him the fastest character ever. And making his gear really strong. That is as far as we invest in Satan. Which, to be fair, is more than we invest in some other characters. Yeah. A lot of the other runs actually do get to use everyone a little bit, but unfortunately, it's just not worth it at any percent. Like cutscene percent, we get to invest in Bart and make Bart like actually decent for a section of the game. Anyway, where's the entrance to Blackmoon Forest? There it is. Yeah, we're going too far south. And we have to use Emeraldo because she has a bunch of scenes. There's a bunch of characters we get to use in cutscene percent that don't really get to see a lot of love in any percent, unfortunately. Mark gets a little love in any percent for a couple of specific things, but he's kind of just not that useful. Rico is in the party for a bit in any percent because he has to be in the party for a bit in any percent. I love failing all my runs. Okay, we should be fine. 36 HP. I'm not gonna risk it. I'm gonna play this safe. We have so many Omega Cells, it's not really a big deal. I can also actually buy Omega Cells in, like, from regular shops in this run. Oh my goodness, I fell down. I have not done that in so long. That is really costly. Because we gotta go back here. Wow. I'm playing amazingly today. This is definitely not going to be a fantastic run, but it's fine. Oh, you butt. Square attacks are enough to kill these things if they don't block, which most of the time they don't. So I'm going to finish off everything else. That should be enough. Yeah. Because it blocked, I'm going to use a triangle attack because it's easier. Should have just done that while I was there. We defeat that forced fight. That is a required fight. Send this boulder out of the way. We're not going to run away from the boulder. We're just going to dodge off to the side. And we meet a new character here. So we get accosted by this mysterious woman. Definitely a mysterious woman that we have no idea who this character is. Definitely not a future party member. She is a little lost, though. Okay. Faye is not feeling great about himself at the moment. Ellie fires a warning shot being like, hey, stop coming close to me. And Ellie is, and she's like, sorry, I spoiled her name. She's weirded out by this. She's not comfortable. But that warning shot did a thing. And now she's unconscious and we have to come to her rescue. Yay. This is easy. We have guided shot though. Guided shot is very strong. Because we invested in phase ether. And it is slightly slower to use guided shot than to use those square attacks that we did on the last fight, but it's very strong. It costs 4 EP because of the ether doubler, which doubles our ether power but also doubles the cost of the ether ability. But because we have 99 ether points, we can use guided shot 24 times before needing to heal up, which is plenty, usually. It is a very, very strong ability for this point. Mostly just because we overpowered phase ether. It's not actually that strong in and of itself, it's just whatever ether damage we have access to. And guided shot's going to be phased like only damaging ether for a while. We make very heavy use of guided shot in this run. So. Anyway, Faye and Ellie are at least no longer, like, fighting with each other. And they're like, let's actually, like, talk to each other as human beings and try to figure out how to get out of these woods together. You know, teamwork. It's good. And they go to bed. And we have another scene. I will say, the anime scenes do start happening less and less frequently as the game goes on. They will come back in Disc 2, but Disc 1's anime budget was blown on the first, like, 2 hours, roughly, of the speedrun. Not even. Which does feel a little weird that, like, all of the anime sequences are at the very beginning of the game and then in the last, like, 4 hours of the run. Anyway, we wake up. Where is this? Very important, do not pick up that item. Because we want to jump on the item and use it as a platform to get up there. It's a little skip. And now we start guided shotting some more things. The dive bombers are reasonably fast. But we should be able to get all of our turns before they get to go. And Ellie can actually kill these things with an emo bolt. Look at that. We win. And that's basically the end of the dungeon of the Black Moon Forest. We have one more sequence here, I guess, but we're done with, like, sort of the wandering around parts of the Black Moon Forest. But yeah, Faye and Ellie are now having a little bit of a falling out, because they're like, well, how did you end up here? And now they're realizing that they both were at Layhan. Faye, of course, ran away from Layhan. He's telling the story of how Layhan got destroyed. And he basically tells us what happened 15 minutes ago, maybe? 10 minutes ago? Something like that. Thanks, Faye, for summarizing what's happened. We're gonna actually cut Faye off here because we're gonna skip ahead of that one little text box. Faye's like, I don't like that the Gears came to our village, and then we realize, actually, Ellie was part of the battalion that was flying over Layhan. So it's actually sort of also Ellie's fault, and Ellie is, like, realizing this and now feels bad. And now Ellie's like, hey, it's not all our fault. Some of it's your fault. Without saying that she's responsible for she's partially responsible. Because we have to have drama between Faye and Ellie. Goodness. Oh. And yeah, Faye is still feeling not great here. He's being very, very doomer right now. Don't worry, he is not a doomer for the whole plot. He will recover. It takes him a bit, but he will see some purpose in life. Ellie, meanwhile, is going to just like leave because she's like done. She's done with dealing with Faye. She's like, I'm gonna walk out. I don't want to deal with you anymore. Which is fair. You know, Faye's not being great. But now Ellie has regrets about what she said in the conversation. Of course.
You talk as if it's not your responsibility. Oh, I didn't do anything. They died because you had to pilot the gear and start fighting. It wasn't me. Can't you understand? Not just anyone can pilot those machines, you know. You can do it. Why won't you take responsibility? I'm not so strong. Why are you trying to put the blame on others? Not even more than talented. You're a coward! That's right. I'm a coward.
Yeah, we get a little bit of insight into what Ellie was thinking there. Which is nice. And then... oh hey, look, it's a dinosaur. The game is like, hey, by the way, you just had a bunch of serious plot, here's a dinosaur. We're gonna throw a dinosaur at Ellie. Love it. And of course Faye is going to go run to the rescue. We have to come to Ellie's aid against the Rancor. As it's like officially called. We are not allowed to do anything this first phase. Even if we could do damage, it would not work. Like, we can do damage with guided shot, but it just will not do anything, so we're just gonna defend. We have to defend a lot. And then, by miracle, Satan shows up with that little, like, flying spider mech thing, spider crab mech thing, and it's carrying Weltall. Thanks, Satan. Weltall, of course, being a very overpowered gear right now. we kind of made Weltall ridiculously powerful to the point that it really, like... we gave it endgame stats, basically. And I mean endgame stats. Like, we should not have access to any of these things that we put on Weltall until the end of Disc 2. And we should never have access to R. R is not a real thing that we should have. I mean, it is real, it's in the game's code. But it is definitely not supposed to be there. So we can kind of just one-shot the boss with our weakest attack. Yeah. We're going to be seeing quite a bit of that through the beginning of this run. And then Satan is like, hey, power is not actually good or evil, it's just like a thing, and it depends on who has the power. Because Faye's like, I don't want to have all this power, and Satan is like, but as long as you're good, it'll be fine. And then Ellie wakes up and she's fine. Oh, Faye. Anyway, apparently Weltall is not fully repaired, even though it is the most powerful gear right now in the game. Yep, hi MTI. We're doing this run. This is not my first any percent run. It's definitely not my best so far. I've already made some mistakes that were not great. Nothing like super costly, but it's been a little meh. Just some movement mistakes, really. I feel great about how that first menu went, though. Because that's such an easy menu to mess up. In the meantime, Satan and Ellie are having a conversation, and they know more about how the world works than we do at this point. And Satan is basically like, hey Ellie, go away. Go do other things. Go home. Get out of here. Leave Faye alone. I will take care of Faye. I'm like, really? Okay. And Ellie's like, I want to apologize for some things I said to Faye. And yeah, this is a bit of a long conversation, but there's more cutscenes like this to come. Oh boy. There are some much longer cutscenes later on. Oh, gosh. So yeah, Ellie's basically like, I'm going to go home. Satan is like, good. I'll handle talking to Faye, it's okay, it'll be okay. And Ellie is leaving. Oh, don't worry, MTI, I routed out a cutscene percent run, which I may do later when I have more time. It's a much longer run. It's like 20 hours-ish, I think. But basically I can do anything I want, but I have to trigger every single cutscene in the game. Which I've tried to define it a little bit strictly so that I don't have to like talk to all these random NPCs and do things. But there's still a lot of optional cutscenes that had to get routed into that run. Anyway, we're gonna leave the forest. And hey look, it's the salamander. I call it the salamander because of the little wings on the front. They look like a salamander. Everything in the game refers to it as the Gebler aerial battleship, or whatever it's called. But it is forever the salamander to me. We'll be seeing a bit of it throughout the game. Apparently they're fighting over some ruins. We'll never get to see those ruins, unfortunately. I don't think. Welcome back to the world map. We're just gonna run right to Dazzle. Also known as Lag City. I swear this town is the laggiest town in the game. But yeah, Satana's like, we need to fix Weltall. Because we should move Weltall. And I'm like, yeah, that's probably a good idea, I guess. But at this point, Faye is very much just going along with whatever Satan says. Yeah. I'm head into this tent here. For more plot. We have a lot of cutscenes to get through. So many cutscenes. That's the Ethos Workshop. We're going to see if they can get parts here, because this is where gear repair happens. You should talk to this person to advance the plot. Oh, goodness. And, yep, okay, we're done. And as soon as we go outside, we get more scenes, because we need to talk about. Faye is like, Huh, maybe I don't want to repair Weltall. Like, this is too much effort to repair it. I mean, Faye, you are technically right, because you have the ability to do 2,000 damage with Guided Shot, and, well, I haven't done it yet, but I can give you 999 HP. I have not given Faye HP yet, because we actually don't want him to have HP at the moment. Because it is faster to lose a certain fight, and we want him to not have a ton of HP before we lose that fight. But basically they're having the realization that, hey, Weltall is too close to Leyhan, and if they find Weltall, they'll fight over it, and then it will be bad. Very important hop over that little thing there that skips this very short cutscene outside, where Satan realizes that he can rent a sand buggy, so we're just gonna head in here and rent a sand buggy. Except we're not gonna put down any money for the sand buggy. Satan is just like, go take the sand buggy. Satan also has no intention of returning the sand buggy. So yes, we just stole a sand buggy from this person in Dazzle. It's fine. We're definitely the good guys, right? And we're gonna follow the advice of this random guy and leave the city. There are some fights in the desert that are a little bit dangerous. Okay. Into the desert we go. Faye is, of course, concerned about Satan. We're going to not follow the gears because the fastest way to advance the plot is just to leave the screen in a way that we didn't enter it. This fight is safe to run from. That was not supposed to be a defend. Might not be actually that safe. Oh god. Please. Heck. We're gonna need to kill these things very quickly. Or pray that a run works. Okay, we gotta run to work. Yeah, I can't. These fights are very scary. I'm gonna Omega Sol up. We unfortunately do not have healing items that can be used in battle. So it's a little sketchy going through this desert. Generally, you can get a runoff in time. It's fairly unlikely. But, probably should have safety saved. I have not had a wipe to a desert encounter yet, though. Because we do get 3 run attempts before they even take a turn, and we have enough HP that they cannot, one round of their attacks is not enough. So we can get, it's a pretty decent chance of running away. It's like a 1 in 64 that we don't. in that particular encounter. Anyway, we see this strange thing flying over the desert. We're going to chase it. Then we see some more gears. We are going to follow them a bit. Then turn this way. I think this is the last encounter I'm going to get in the desert. It's only 3 of these. That's safer. It's much safer. And we managed to escape before they got a turn. Amazing. Anyway, that is it for our running through the desert. Thank goodness. It's such a short area that it's so unlikely to actually end up in an encounter that will wipe you. Faye is now going to take a page out of Satan's book and steal a bicycle, or a motorcycle, that's built for the desert. And he's just going to ride this off into the desert with no plans. Until it runs out of gas, until it runs out of fuel. This is great idea, Faye. Fantastic idea. Yeah, no, there's no possible way this could end poorly. I mean, we do already know that Faye, well, I mean, we have some supplies. You can just eat some of those glitched items or an Omega Sol and it'll be fine. Then he gets attacked by Gears for stealing a motorcycle. But Satan shows up at the right time in Weltall. Hooray! Satan, how did you manage to not kill those those gears? I don't understand. How did Satan not manage to finish those 2 off? The weakest attack Weltall can do does 2,000 damage. I do not understand how Satan failed to kill enemies that have 200 hit points. Unless he just, like, flat out missed with an X attack, which is entirely possible. Anyway, we're gonna hit them with our weakest thing. Wow, that was a fight. Faye, you beat them because your gear is way overpowered right now. You're riding around with the best engine in the game and 2 GNRS 50s equipped. That is how you beat them. You have the best engine in the game and its attack power is being doubled by parts that you have. Yeah. It's the one from Layhan. Oh, Satan is just like, here we go again, like, oh dear, everything is going wrong. And we're introduced to our first sort of like antagonist of the game. Like our first individual antagonist. Because Gebler has been introduced as this sort of general force out there that's kind of bad, but here we have Graf. Graf is kind of evil. Basically, he's like, I want you to awaken your power, Faye, so we can destroy God. And I'm like, wow, thanks, Graf, for spoiling how the ending of the JRPG goes. But we now have boss time. This boss is supposed to be tough because it has like a decent amount of physical defense, and you're supposed to use ether attacks on it to kill it. In No Major Glitches, it dies to 3 or 4 guided shots depending on Faye's ether stat growth, because stat growths are slightly random. Which makes No Major Glitches real fun. They're a little random. But we can just kind of punch it. And now it's gone. Xenogears Any really is a lot of just like making the fights as fast as possible so that we can spend as much time in cutscenes as possible, because we have to sit through all the cutscenes. I mean, not all of the cutscenes. We can skip some of the cutscenes. Yes, that was back about an hour ago. In the opening cutscene, we swapped discs at a very specific point to disc 2, which brings up the kernel menu, and then swapped back to disc 1. And basically what that does is it gives you access to every shop in the game with infinite money, access to a menu to equip anything, and access to some shops that are not actually in the game anywhere, but just have some glitched inventories. And we use that to give Faye about 200 ether. We use that to give Faye 200 ether, get an ether doubler for him, a whole bunch of extra ether doublers as well, a bunch of speed ring S's, a huge stack of speed stars, a bunch of a glitched item that when we use it on a save point will increase max HP and EP by a lot, so we only have to use like 4 of it to get max HP and EP. What else did we get? We got 3 mind guards for a specific boss fight, a weapon, some weapons, and some gear for Billy later on. We got some basic equipment for him. And then we got a bunch of power magics and G on our S50s, as well as buying the Omega 100 engines for Weltall and Heimdall. Because we can't tune up any of the gears we didn't have access to, but we have access to Faye and Satan and their initial gears in that menu. And Faye also has a glitched part called R, which gives him 183 agility and gear. For reference, the amount of agility you're supposed to have is like 12. And that does not increase as the game goes on. Agility is very static in this game. So speed ring S's are really powerful because we can give basically a multiple plus 2s to our agility. So we have 2 of those on Faye, 1 of those, and 3 of those on Satan to make them very fast. And Weltall is absurdly fast right now. Like, we should be ridiculously outspeeding basically everything. That's sort of the gist of what happened an hour ago. And then, of course, we bought a bunch of safety items and stuff just to make sure that we were fine. But yeah, that's how we have a bunch of in-game equipment at this point. The disadvantages of it, honestly, the only limitations we have with that is that it is not guaranteed outside of that opening cutscene thing, and we cannot get better engines, frames. We can't like tune up gears that we don't have. There's a specific glitched part that actually we want to get for a character later, but we cannot buy it at that point because otherwise it will disappear from our inventory when we try to do menus later on, because it disappears from your inventory if you do a gear menu, and if you unequip anything from a gear, it disappears. So we have to buy that later, and then we can only hold 99 ether drives, which is actually a limitation, because we want more than 99 ether drives. Like, we have a stack of 99 ether drives for characters later. That will not be enough ether. We need more. Because we have to split it between a couple different characters. Actually, literally just 2 characters. But we will need more ether drives, so we'll be buying some extra ether drives for things to properly overpower all of our characters. Because we can't, like, feed the drives to characters we don't have in the party at the time. This is our... this is not a character that we will be powering up very much at all. Bart here. We'll be powering him up a little bit. He'll get some equipment, I guess, but he will not be very powerful. He is not super important to this run. But yeah, no, we do that glitch like 4 minutes into the game, while we're still in the opening cutscene sequence. So it's very convenient. And it's really like the only big major glitch in the run. Well, I say that. There's like a couple other skips that we can do using the same sort of function of swapping discs at the wrong times. We can skip a couple other things. And there's a couple places where we can skip large chunks of plot. But otherwise, we're basically playing the game as normal. Other than those 2 things. And all of the skips are on disc 1, so once we get to disc 2, it's just going to be playing the game mostly normally. I mean, I say mostly. Hello, Scarlet. Yes, we've just gotten to the desert. We're just arriving in the desert. This is just the introduction of Bart and friends. I do think it's kind of unfortunate that we don't get to see as much of Bart in any percent as we would in even cutscene percent or NMG, because cutscene percent, I actually have to like buy a bunch of strength drives and a weapon and a better weapon for Bart. Because Bart has to do a whole bunch of solo fights in cutscene percent. But we can skip all of Bart's solo stuff, essentially, in any percent. He has 1 solo fight in his gear, which is not worth powering him up for, because we can't really power up his gear that much. We don't have to do any solo character fights, because the way that stats work is physical stats don't apply to gears. Mental stats do, and the physical stats are things like HP, strength, vitality, those sorts of things like defense, and agility. But ether and ether defense are mental stats, and so apply your character's ether and ether defense apply to their gears, which is why ether is so powerful. Not to mention the fact that ether doublers are a thing. Anyway, we're just gonna run straight up to the top here, up this ladder if I can. We want to face this way. Let's see if I remember how to skip this encounter. Dang it. I think I just missed the encounter skip. That's unfortunate. Yeah, this is the unrunnable encounter. Satan cannot really do much here. So we're gonna haste Faye. I have a bunch of extra speed stars, so it's not really a big deal. This is an unrunnable encounter, unfortunately. Satan is not that great. Honestly, not great. I think 2 squares is enough to finish off things on this side. Oh no. The damage here isn't that threatening, but I do need to get through this fight somewhat quickly. It's important to learn your backups, folks. Learn how to back things up. It's a fairly precise jump to skip this, which I have gotten, but I missed the setup. I missed it that time. Sort of. But also Satan is, like, just not great in the run. Satan is only, like, better than other characters in this run because we have access to him in the initial kernel menu, so we can give him a really powerful engine and armor and frame on his gear. That's the only reason Satan is good. But yes, as a person, yeah, I am terrible at this movement here. I will freely admit this movement is my least favorite, probably least favorite movement in the game. And I mean that. This crane, I hate this crane with a passion. But the rest of the game is good enough that I don't mind running through that crane. But we're gonna get back into Whaltall. We escaped from the sinking transport ship. I love that Whaltall can't stay in the sand when it's like, when the ship has been shot down, like sand flows in and sinks the ship, and Whaltall along with it, but as soon as we fly away in Whaltall can stand on the sand just fine. It is solid now. I don't understand how the desert works. I don't understand how things can get buried in sand. Not by virtue of sand pouring onto them, just by virtue of, like, the thing sinking into the sand, and then suddenly not sinking into the sand. It's weird. I don't really get it. Ah, okay. That makes sense, Scala. The sand is solid when it wants to be. Or when it is convenient for the plot. And when it is not convenient, it is not solid. So anyway, this random pirate is going to attack us. Clearly he's not important. They gave him a portrait. Yes, that is fair. That is fair, Scarlet. Okay. Oh no. As you can see, he missed his first attack and then we blocked the second attack. That's pretty much guaranteed. We're just gonna poke him, like, really lightly. We hit him once, and then the sand becomes not solid anymore. And we both sink into the sand. I also am not sure how we sink through the sand, which is not solid, into a cavern that's below the sand, that is, like, solidly constructed. I really don't understand how this works. Here we are in the cavern. This is where this character the pirate finally realizes, hey, you're not an Ave soldier. Wow. Who would have thunk it? Okay. And now we're like, well, I guess we may as well stop fighting until we find our way out. Also, I love that the pirates rescue the Ave soldiers, and clearly did not take their arms away from them. Like, the Ave soldiers still have all their weapons, but they're not trying to fight the pirates. It's great. I appreciate that a lot. And basically this scene exists just to show that, hey, Satan and Sigurd know each other, and also Sigurd, they're not going to come save us. We're going to have to get out of the cave on our own, which is fine. Everything is fine. I mean, it is. Where is the boulder? what's down here. There's the boulder. Turned the camera earlier than I usually do, and got slightly lost. It's fine. I know how to play this game, I swear. Anyway, we are going to push the boulder out of the way because we need to in order to get access to the rest of the cave. Also, I'm slightly surprised the ground underneath the boulder was perfectly flat. Bart is worried about his gear falling apart. And then they start having a fight, of course. This is how you make friends. You fight them, and then you get trapped in a situation together, and then have arguments and work out all your arguments when you're forced to like count on each other to get to like survive. Bart, I hate to say that if you want to fight Faye, you're gonna lose. I'm sorry, Faye has endgame gear, and you do not. This is just how it works. Yeah, exactly. You make friends by beating them in boss fights. This is the best way to make friends. Granted, it doesn't always work. Like, you can't... Just beating someone in a boss fight does not make them your friend. But sometimes it does. We beat Bart in a boss fight, and now he's our friend. So clearly it can work that way. Anyway, we're just kind of running through the cave here. And apparently someone lives in this cave, so we have to go meet this person. Naturally. I'm gonna start digging into the snacks that I bought. Because this is a long run, and it's good for if I can keep my energy up. So I apologize for any noise. Oh, they are not healthy snacks. I'm like eating chips. It's fine. It's okay. There is a break later in the run that is long enough that I can like cook myself a proper meal. With just Turbo X going to advanced text. And then disc 2 is basically all breaks, with a little bit of gameplay. Well, this cutscene is long enough that I can take a little snack break, while they talk about how humans only started existing 10,000 years ago. Also, I love that they're like, the theory of evolution is taught by the church. And you shouldn't believe it. You should believe in the legends, which are, believe that evolution is a lie. Which is, you know, not entirely true in this game. There is some evolution. Evolution is sort of true, but also humans are not evolved from anything on this planet. Are you sure about that, Bao? Because I have the best engine and equipment on Faye on Weltall in the entire game. I mean, yes, I can't actually break it down, but like... I have a gear that is already ready to like destroy God. Anyway, that's all we need to do there. We have to run around this way, right? Nope. I'm going to spin the camera. Hop up here. Head out this way. Because we got to make our way back to that first room, but like from a different entrance. I don't know, a random encounter. I love that Faye has almost 10 times as much HP as Bart through this whole section. It's great. I think our frames are not endgame. I think if I'm remembering right, the frames that we have on Weltall and Heimdall are not endgame. They're from pretty late disc 1, but not endgame. The engines and armor are absolutely endgame though. This encounter is very annoying if I can't run from it quickly. Thank you. Thank you, game, for letting me run. One thing to note about the way encounters work in this game is that they are based on the steps you've taken in the room that you're in, so screen transitions will generally... Oh my god, that's a terrible mistake. That is the worst place you can fall. We get to run in a huge circle. Oh my gosh. This run is going really well. I have to go to a huge circle that will take probably 2 minutes to run through. I mean, this is a great showcase of all the things that can go wrong in this game, other than like wiping. I have not walked off that edge, I think, ever. Maybe like when I was first playing casually. I have not walked off that edge in a very long time. Here we go, around the loop. Again. We gotta make this whole loop again. 'Cause, like, I don't know, 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 I don't know But yeah, what I was saying about the encounter rate is that encounters, you're more likely to get encounters on longer screens. Okay. And the longer you spend moving on a screen, the more likely you are to get an encounter. So like those long hallways, you're never going to get through those without an encounter because they're just so long. These screens you probably will get through because the encounter rate isn't high enough. But there's no way I'm getting through this screen without an encounter or two. Probably two. Let's try not to fall off this time. I mean, I guess this is what happens when I dust off this run after, like, months. I shouldn't use that excuse. I literally just finished routing a cutscene % run where I had to actually do all these things. And I did them correctly while I was routing that. Because I, of course, had to play through and make sure all my fight strategies worked. Oh no. Thank you, Bart. We got dangerously close to those enemies getting a turn, and when they get a turn, they get like all the turns. And they are, I mean, not literally, they're not actually like at risk of wiping there, but it's very annoying. Anyway, all I had to do was like not fall down to that point. Like that's as far as I would have had to make it, and now we're fine. Now we get to walk back through this tunnel again. This is the last time. Okay. It's, you know, just an absolutely wonderful... going wonderfully. I'm making all these movement mistakes that I never made, which is wild. I mean, I've definitely missed that encounter skip before. Like, that encounter skip back on the transport ship is not... Like, that's a little iffy. I keep jumping just slightly early. For that, but like the other... Falling down in Black Moon Forest is not something I've ever done. At least not while speedrunning. Falling down... Oh. We're getting an encounter. I was like, why didn't I jump there? Oh, that's right. If you happen to be getting into an encounter, your jump's inputs get eaten. Which makes movement really fun in this game. Because you can just be getting it... the game can just randomly decide you don't have a jump command anymore, but you can still move. We need this. It's important. Actually, it's faster to equip this later. Let's head down here. Please. Head back to the house now that we've deactivated both the sand sensors. We're going to talk to him and then open the menu. Very important, actually, that we do that. Saves a little bit of time. We need to equip the Iron G-Whip and several GNRS 50s. And then to make sure that we keep the glitch going, R doesn't work properly unless you do that. If you equip, otherwise Faye's agility would be set to 1, and I don't like that. Oh, I did that menu too early. Dang it. you can skip the rest of that text box filling up if you open the menu in the text box. It's a very minor time save. It only skips that one text box. The rest of this all plays out the same. Wow, a gear that could destroy whole cities. Huh, that sounds so far-fetched. That definitely seems like a thing of legend. Oh, wait. I'm pretty sure Weltall can do that. Weltall is just slightly overpowered. I don't know. I feel like every reference to things being difficult in this story, at least in the early part of this story, just feels really funny in any percent. Because we have broken the RPG by essentially getting ourselves the most powerful gear in the game at the beginning of the game. But Old Man Bell recognizes this gear. And he doesn't like what he sees. And wants us gone. Which is fair. So we're going to be on our way. We're going to take his advice and be on our way. Oh man. I usually don't get an encounter before the gondola. We've had not great encounter luck. Honestly. Yes, I would like to get on the gondola. Turn on the power. Get back on the gondola. Take this elevator down. Couldn't jump there because I was getting into an encounter. Such an interesting little quirk of this game. That you like can't jump for a bit before you're getting into an encounter, because they wanted to make sure you didn't get into an encounter in the air. I guess. I don't know. Anyway, we're just gonna dive right down. This boss is very safe. Really, most things are in Gears. Character encounters are a little bit scarier. At least for a bit. But we have boss time at the end of the cave, because they were like, we need a boss. We're using an attack that's not our basic attack. We're using like the mid-tier attack. Because our weakest attack doesn't one-shot the boss anymore. I mean, yeah. That fight is actually pretty decently challenging in NMG. Like, it's a fairly involved fight in No Major Glitches, but we got it. Yep, goodbye boss that has like more than 2,000 hit points. It's the first thing in the game that has more than 2,000 hit points. But yeah, one-shotting gear bosses is going to be a pattern that happens for a while. I think we one-shot every single gear boss that doesn't have more than 10,000 hit points. Because we can't do more than quad 9s in one hit. So we can't one-shot those, but up until they get more than 10,000 hit points, we were going to be one-shotting every single gear boss. Character bosses are another story. I mean, we've been one-shotting the character fights for now, but we're not going to really be able to one-shot the character bosses. We can clear them fairly quickly, by all means, like, much faster than intended, but one-shotting them still a little bit out of our reach. Even with all the power that we have. Guided shot is not quite strong enough to do quad 9s, you know. And that's okay. We don't need guided shot to do quad 9s. 2,000 damage is enough. For most things as characters. Anyway, we'd escaped the cave, and we were like, we're too close to the capital of Ave, so we'd get caudically fought, so we should get back to the base, the pirate base, because I guess that's what we're doing. Sure. And we're on the Sand Cruiser Yggdrasil. Hooray, we found the Yggdrasil for the first time. Yeah, Sigurd. We already kind of got introduced to you in an earlier scene, but okay. Oh, Bart. We don't actually want to wait in the cabin. There's other things to do. There is always time for Sigurd. Sigurd is great. Actually, we have to go talk to Sigurd to advance the plot. We don't have time to rest. We have time to talk to Sigurd. I mean... yeah. So we're going to talk to Sigurd here. And now I'm going to snack a bit while we're, you know, drifting across the world. Apologies for noises, as per usual. They really wanted to put effort into these docking procedures that we have to go through, so they spent time animating this like docking procedure, which is kind of neat, I guess, but means we have more cutscenes to sit through. Oh, 100% Scholar. They should not have put his whole midriff on display if they didn't want us calling him a snack. Anyway, wow, we found amber with a bug in it. I don't know where those children went. The only thing that is past that elevator is the gear hanger. So I guess they're showing it off to all the people who work in gear maintenance. I guess. I don't know. Maison is going to try to lead us in a direction. We want to go a different way. We want to open this door, actually, because this will speed it up. Going into a different room just sends Maison and Satan into the, into this room properly. And it's actually faster than waiting for them. Okay, Maison, we'll take a seat. It's now story time while Maison tells us about what the pirates are doing. Well, we have tea. I'm pretty sure Welltalk can, like, solo everything. But okay. Well, maybe not, actually. I didn't buy it good armor. Welltal and Heimdall together could definitely wreck everything. Heimdall has armor for days. It's not particularly fast, but it's armored up enough that most things should do 0 damage to it. And they have Heimdall. Like, Heimdall is a pirate gear that Satan just kind of starts using. So, like, they should really... Like, you already have the power. You have this ridiculously powerful gear. And now we find out that, Shakan, the leader of Ave, has taken Margie, who is the great mother of Nissan, captive, and also, Bart's cousin. Also, Faye's not drinking any tea. Like, Faye, please. You should. Even if you're not thirsty, you can still drink tea. You don't have to drink a lot of tea. But, they're like, well, there's apparently some great treasure locked by the Fatima Jasper, which Margie has half of. Bart's gonna show up here and be like, hey, I think the great treasure's a gear. We'll see about that, Bart. Actually, we won't see. We are gonna skip that part of the plot in any percent. We don't get to see what the great treasure is. We skip a lot of the plot related to, like, Bart and the Ave and Ave in general, and, like, Ave Nissan area. We skip a lot of that part of the plot. Like, I think we're through most of the mentions of Shakan in the game already. Like, in this run, at least, already. It's this room. No, this room. This one. Yes, this room. Here we go. Sigurd stole a bunch of technology and now we're using it. Also, I love that Bart is just like, Satan directly asks a question that would be really valuable information for Shakan, and Bart's like, oh, I know you're not one of Shakan's spies, as soon as Satan is like, I'm not. Like, okay, Bart, you still probably shouldn't say. Faye's like, I don't like fighting. And he feels like weird about this whole thing and he just wants to be left alone. He doesn't want to help Bart with his problems. And we're actually gonna follow Faye's advice here and not help Bart with his problems. Bart will handle his own problems. It will be fine. Okay, kids, you go do that. This is them stealing the elevator to make you explore. And by explore, I mean go in and out of one room to reload the elevator. And now it's time for Faye and Bart to talk very close to each other. And they're talking about fighting and sort of why they fight. And Faye's having a very reasonable reaction to what happens when he gets in a gear. And Bart's giving Faye some life advice. I mean, definitely. You could. Faye can, like, destroy everything with Weltall. Yep, everything is tuned up to max. Person who's examining my gear. No, I don't know anything about this gear. It just kind of showed up, and it's ridiculously powerful. But Satan and Sigurd are like, we need to talk to you. Come look at this monologue that Bart wrote and is performing. Look at the little monologue we wrote for him. Like, this feels very scripted, but also it works. Well, it works if we were playing with no major glitches or all cutscenes or something, but this is just regular any percent. We're not really gonna help Bart. Bart's gonna help us. Sort of. A little. Not even. He's not even gonna be that helpful. He's gonna show up at random times and do things. And that's kind of what he's gonna do. He'll be in our party sometimes. Okay. Let's go take a nap. Because I don't feel like dealing with any of this, any of these like emotional relationships or anything like that. We need a nap. It's nap time. Too tired to deal with making a friend. Please stop talking about which bed is better. No, I am ready. No, I'm okay. Nap time. Okay. Anyway, we're gonna get introduced to this group of 5 characters that are generally just described as the Gebler Special Forces. We're gonna see them a couple times throughout the run. They're really only relevant in the early parts of Disc 1. Although they do show up in Disc 2, just to be like, just in cutscenes. Not as like super relevant to anything that's happening in Disc 2, but they're there. You know, they're around. They're characters that exist. But they kind of broke into the pirate hideout and are wreaking havoc down there. So we should probably take care of that. It'll probably help a little bit. We're at least gonna leave this room and take the elevator down and make sure no one else can take the elevator down to the docks. Because, you know, we're very caring people. We're not gonna wait for other pilots to get on board the elevator. We're just gonna go on our own. No one else is allowed to go down to the docks that isn't already down there. But Faye is like, I'm not gonna fight. And Satana's like, you should fight. Also that some of these text boxes are proof that they could have made some of these text boxes scroll instantly, but they chose not to. And that adds just so much time to this run. So much of this run is cutscenes. Okay. Anyway, time for our first encounter with the Gebwer Special Forces, which is really a series of several encounters. This is why we upgraded Bart's gear. Not for the fight that we did in the Stalactite Cave, but for this fight. Because Bart is going to have to do damage to this fight by himself in his gear. All we're going to do is hit that. Thanks. We just need to hit him with Chain Whip. Anyways, hey look, it's Heimdall. Yes, this gear works, but it's actually the most powerful gear in the entire hangar right now, other than perhaps Weltall. Although actually, because it has 3 GNRS 50s, it's more powerful, it's just much slower. Zatan can actually punch. Weltall can't actually punch for quad 9s right now, even with all the gear that we put on it. Heimdall can, if we want. If I want quad 9s. I don't need quad 9s generally. How did you not finish the Aegis Knight off, Satan? I don't understand. Your gear is so powerful. Just a casual 2400 damage from a basic attack. That's like much more than Faye. That's a bit more than Faye was doing. I wouldn't say much more, but it's a bit more. Faye was hitting for about 2000, even. And then we find out they're using normal attacks will not hurt them. What have I been using, Satan? I've been using normal attacks. I mean, we will. Satan is strong enough that we can get by without him. It's not worth doing anything with Bart here. Bart is just simply not strong enough. We always fight the Wand Knights together. But that is those two taken care of, so there's just one more of the 5. Which is Claw Knight. I want to know how the Quanite survived that. Because it turns out Faye has decided to fight and is going to help us help defend this base. Goodbye, Quanite. It's okay. The boss coming up, we actually have to use an X attack on. Which is like our most powerful attack. Yeah, the giant top crab of doom is stands no match against Weltal's X attack. Anyway, that's about as much as we're going to be helping out Bart this run, so I hope you enjoyed us being helpful to Bart's cause, because we're not going to help Bart out with any of his other problems. He's just going to have to solve them all on his own. Despite what Faye is saying here, where he's like, I kind of want to help Bart out. Honestly, I like that little detail you can see Bart taking the elevator up in the background of that cutscene. That's really nice. But yeah, Faye is like, I'm gonna help you out. We're not. I hate to say it, we're not really gonna help out. No, Bart. We're not going to say goodbye to anyone. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to save, because there is a chance that this next trick crashes the game. It's not a large chance. But there is a chance, and I would like to not lose like 2.5 hours of progress. That would be bad. So we're going to save. Yes, always be saving. I mean, saving takes time, but like, there's a very real chance that the game would crash here, because we're gonna put it in disc 2 right now. No, don't get out. Get back in. So I just put in disc 2. We're on the overworld, you know, whatever. We're in the Yggdrasil, actually, which is very important. We cannot get encounters in the Yggdrasil, in the desert area, at least. So, we are safe from random encounters. That is crucial for this, because if I got into a random encounter at this point, I would crash the game. However, we do have to make a short walk through an area where we cannot guarantee that I don't get random encounters. Okay, we are far enough. Let me just pop disc 1 back in. Disc 1 is back in now, so I'm okay. This will not crash the game. But we put in disc 2 there to unload a whole bunch of the world. Just a whole bunch of the world. And we're going to head into this city over here, Nortune, the capital of Kislev. You are not supposed to have Bart here, at all. But we're just gonna walk in to the central district. Only authorized personnel. Oh wait, we're the battling champ. I don't know how we won the battling arena already, but I guess we did. The reason we have to do this is that the Goliath factory, which is further north, which would be the only place further along in the plot we could get to, we cannot get through the first door. It's locked. Also, Bart was just in that room and the door opened, and that's the scene. We're gonna take this elevator. So if we could open the first door in the Goliath factory and like actually get into the Goliath factory, we could skip the entirety of Nortune. Sadly, that has not been found yet. I would love to be able to skip Nortune. I don't love Nortune particularly. It's not one of my favorite parts of the game, so I would love to be able to skip it, but we cannot. We're gonna head up here into this room, and this is not the scene that would normally. And this scene is going to play. So, for those of you who are unaware, basically, what we've skipped by doing that little skip is we've skipped the entire first visit to Bledavik. Like, the entire visit to Bledavik. It's all skipped. We don't have to do that. The visit to Nissan after Bledavik. So all those cutscenes with bringing Margie home. The second infiltration of Bledavik sequence with and Faye going through the border of Kislev, meeting up with Ellie again, and the whole the 5 members of the Gebwer Special Forces, all skipped. The fight with Dora, where we defeat Vandercom, has been skipped. All of that. We just skipped all of that plot. And we're now right at the beginning of the... And this is now the cutscene that leads into Faye finding himself in D-Block. So we will never be setting foot in Bledavik this run. Outside of a cutscene. But basically, Margie's been rescued off screen. We walked into this room and suddenly Margie was rescued and everything was fine, and a whole bunch of stuff happened at the border, and a bunch of the Ave border fleet is gone. And Kaiser Sigmund of Kislev is like, hey, we shouldn't attack because we would exhaust ourselves, which is fair. And now we get introduced to the Uvula ship, which has arrived in Nortune. And is dropping off supplies. I call it the Uvula ship because that's what it looks like. It looks like a uvula. And Sigmund is going to talk to this masked woman who came from the ship, who dropped some stuff off. Apparently, she represents Groff. And apparently, as compensation for what they're doing, for the masked woman, Sigmund is going to move. Sigmund has been asked to move the gear that they captured and the pilot to D-block. The gear is Weltall, the pilot is Faye. We're really not supposed to understand what's happening in this scene, so I'm not going to talk about it too much. But, we'll get into it a little bit later. Been like 10 hours. Maybe a little more than 10 hours. Yes, exactly. Childhood trauma is happening. Or rather, coping mechanisms to deal with childhood trauma are happening. But we're gonna get to that later. We woke up. We apparently walked into that room and then went unconscious for 4 days. And we're gonna have to go through a baptism ceremony. This is extremely beatable if I wanted to get A rank. Yes, exactly. The plot of Xenogears is very long and confusing. If people had healthy coping mechanisms for dealing with things, it would be very short. Yes, exactly. Most of Xenogears is brought about by... Most of the plot of Xenogears is brought about by unhealthy coping mechanisms. Oh. But yeah, we could totally guided shot our way through the battling and to get or through the baptism ceremony to get A rank, but that's slightly slower. I will be offering that as an incentive, I think, because it's not a lot slower. It's maybe 2 minutes of just like guided shotting through everything. We can even kill Rico, actually, in this baptism ceremony, which you're not supposed to be able to do. He has 10,000 hit points, but we can get 5 guided shots off before he can get a turn. So we can actually knock down all his hit points, but it's not fast because there's multiple fights. If it was just a fight versus Rico, if like we had to do all the fights anyway, then it would be fine. But because it's like 5 different fights in a row with dialogue in between them, it's faster to lose, even though losing does take some time. So it is slightly faster to lose here. We're just gonna go right in. We're gonna lose here, because that's faster. But winning this is definitely possible. And is honestly not too hard. Because we're a glass cannon right now. You were supposed to get another turn. I don't want to be defending before Leonardo takes his turns, because that'll reduce the damage, and I want to take damage there. There's some tech to that. It's much faster to do that than to go through everything else and get A rank, because there really isn't that much of a difference. There's some like little dialogue things that change with A rank, but it's versus D rank, but it's not worth it. Because you have to guided shot Leonardo and then guided shot 3 other fights, and then use guided shot like 5 times against Rico. Because that's going to be faster than just trying to defend and wait for Rico to finish the fight. Because of how fast Faye is. But A rank is possible. And of course, getting A rank is included as part of cutscene percent. You have to get A rank in cutscene percent. For the sake of extending that sequence and getting all the scenes. I don't think I've ever... That reminds me, I don't think I've ever gotten a rank that wasn't either A or D. Like, ever, in this game. I've never gotten a rank that was neither A nor D. They exist, but I have not gotten them. Anyway, time to begin our journey through D-Block. Here we meet Hammer, probably one of the more annoying characters in the game. I have interesting feelings about Hammer. Like, on the one hand, I get that he's supposed to be like a likable character, a sort of likable character that goes through like an arc that is honestly quite tragic. But he's also supposed to be like a little bit of an annoying, like can't actually do anything but really wants to do things. So to some degree, I understand the writing of him, but he gets on my nerves, and Like, he gets on my nerves early on, and then the arc that he gets later, which is supposed to be, honestly, a really tragic arc for him later in the story. It doesn't hit as hard because I already don't like him. I'm sorry. But if you're gonna give a character a corruption arc, maybe try making that character likable at the start of their arc. Like, I don't know. That just seems like a thing that you should do if you're giving a character a corruption arc. And, like, I understand his, like, why he... I mean... I suppose, like, Satan. Satan doesn't really have a corruption arc, though. He's just always been that way. He just hides it. And then he ends up, like, being good after all, sort of. He's really weird. I don't know how to feel about Satan. But he's cool. Hammer is just very uncool. Like, Hammer is just an uncool person who, like, wants to be cool. But can't do the things that, like, the party can do, that, like, Faye can do. And so it ends up being like, you're kind of obnoxious, but, like, you're not a bad person. You're just obnoxious. And I don't really love you, but I'm not gonna, like... But I also understand a little bit, and then seeing him get corrupted is like, well, now I just don't like you. Like, now I just feel vindicated in my dislike of you from the first time I met you. That's where I'm feeling it. How I feel it. And I think it falls out just a little bit flat, and I think could have been more powerful if Hammer had been a little more likable. Anyway, we're also being approached by the battling committee to do battling, but Faye doesn't want to fight in Gears because Faye is, you know, still not over that whole thing. He got over it a little bit with defending Bart's base, and now he's like, well, now I don't have a reason to fight, so I don't want to fight. Hammer's also very pushy. Like, he's very pushy and, like, really wants Faye to battle. Which I don't love. I don't know. And, like, part of me gets it, because it's like, oh, he's very self-serving, this is laying down the seeds for the corruption arc that he goes through. But it also just makes him less likable, and so it's not really that tragic of an arc, because, yeah. Where am I going? Ah, yes. Back to the beds. I sometimes have to check my notes to remember where I'm going with all the plot triggers. It doesn't help that Hammer shows up and blabs in, like, every single one of these scenes here. And there's just a lot of kind of long scenes back to back that are just Hammer showing up and talking. I don't know. Like, I get that Hammer's not evil. And not, like, a truly bad person. He's just, like... a little bit annoying. Yes, it's time to talk about Hammer, because this is when we get introduced to him, and he talks so much. Also, Satan is here, by the way. Satan is also here. He actually did accompany us to Mortune. Bart did not. Bart got a little lost. Somehow. Did I promise Bart that I would protect Margie and the people of Nissan, Satan? I don't think I did. We skipped that part of the game. What are you doing, Satan? Satan is a lot worse at any percent than like a more traditional playthrough. Cause like we understand Faye loses memory sometime. And whatever. But like Satan is fully taking advantage of that to be like, you made a promise to Bart that you would protect Margie that Faye has no recollection of. And I have no recollection of. Also that he can get Faye to escape from prison. I don't like this. Satan is becoming a worse person. Also, this cutscene is quite long. Yeah, it is game over. There is actually a chance if we do this that we game over. We're gonna not do it, because that's what's fastest. At least the default is like take a rest first. So the default is the neutral option of like take a break. And then Hammer's like, if you fight in the gears, you can get a special pardon and get your collar removed, and then you can escape. So that's now our objective. So we have to go fight in the gears. Because we have to win, and we'd have to defeat the current champion. We'll be fine. We can do the battling. I've gotten a little bit better at the battling. Doing all my routing for cutscene percent. But I don't love the battling. It's like the one part of the game we can't choose by just buying overpowered equipment and using overpowered equipment to overpower our way through it. Bye, Hammer. Yeah, he's very excited to go register us for the battling tournament because he also gets a pardon as our mechanic if we win. Again, self-serving. But not like evil. And after all that talking in the room, it's nap time, and we get to hear from the best characters in the game. Not really. Oh my goodness, it's the worst Discord server. I refuse to believe that the Gazelle Ministry are anything but the worst Discord server ever. They are... Ugh. They just kind of show up and talk cryptically about things for a while. And all seem to have like the same purpose and same motivations, but there's like a bunch of them. And they talk about things that go way over your head and are also evil. Oh my goodness. An actual Discord server where everyone has a Gazelle Ministry profile pic. Oh god. No. I don't want that. Okay, we're done listening to them. Some of the screens are red, and some of the... I think some of the screens are starting to fall apart, so some of them only have, like, the red lights working, and some of them only have, like, the blue. I think that's what's happening. Because some of the screens just don't work at all. So the red ones are the ones that their screens are a little broken, and they're... only the red works. Oh goodness, excuse me. I apologize for that. Anyway, Satan is going to come with us to the battling arena, I guess. Yep, we're not gonna go to the civilian section. It's okay, guard. We can't actually go there. The guards here on the map, on the overworld map, are gonna block us off. Anyway, Rue here is just, like, handling everything. Yeah, I don't need to save here. There's no risk of anything happening. I will be saving a bit surrounding the battling because the battling can be a little bit, yeah. Though I'm generally okay at it. Generally decent at battling. I'm not the best, and sometimes I can lose individual matches. The championship fight in particular is actually quite difficult. So I will be saving before that. And probably at some point after that, soon after that as well, just to make sure I don't have to do it again. Although we shouldn't be at risk of anything. Anyway, they're trying to collect data on Weltall, so that's why we get Weltall. We're just going to begin battle. I don't need to go through any of the tutorials at this point. This battle, we actually want to lose this as fast as possible. And the best way to do that is to spam that ability, because it makes you overheat, and you lose health by overheating. The battle automatically ends once either Weltall or Ganondorf drops to a certain HP threshold. With this little cutscene. It's not a real battle. Like, they do all this build-up and then they don't even give you a real battle. Anyway. That's probably not good. Yeah, I don't think Heinrich and Leonardo are having a good day. Anyway, we only passed out for one day. It's okay. We're doing fine. Pass out again, real quick. And now we have to go back to the arena. For day 2 of battling. Day 2 is pretty safe. I'm gonna save before day 2 just to be... because I'm not gonna save between day 2 and day 3. And I like to be a little bit safe around the battling, although I don't anticipate any issues. Especially the early battling. We need to talk to you. Sudden mechanical trouble. Leonardo and Heinrich have had to drop out. Okay. To the competitor's paddock. It's Tin Robo. That was dirty of you, Tin Robo. I don't like Tin Robo. We're gonna take Tin Robo into the water. We actually don't want to win by too much because we get a longer text box if you win by too much, with too much health remaining. So you do actually want to take a little bit of damage. Not a lot, but obviously you don't want to play it too risky either. You also lose time if you win by just a tiny bit. Because of text boxes. The fastest text box is winning by like a reasonable amount, taking some damage along the way, but not taking too much. Yeah, if we see that not a bad battle, that's good. If you win it too handily, you get a really long text box that is 5 lines of text instead of 2. And if you win it by very little, you also get a long text box that's like barely, you get another long text box there. So ideally you want to avoid those outcomes. In No Major Glitches, actually, you really want to avoid winning by the skin of your teeth because you get less money, and you need all the money you can get in NMG. Winning by extra gives you more money, which is fine. It's never expected in NMG, but... So, like, I'm fine with taking a little bit of damage at the beginning of the fight. And even taking a little bit of damage there. Taking some damage is okay as long as I'm, like, not taking a ton of damage. Okay. Come on. Titan. Stop blocking. Boop. We're done. Done with day 2. Okay. Now that we're done with day 2, we leave. There's just 2 battles on days 2 and 3. It's a very formulaic day 2 and 3. Yes, go down the stairs. Oh my goodness. Why was I not going down the stairs? Now we take a nap. Or go to bed for the next day, you know. I'm not going to save before day 3. I'm not actually that concerned about day 3. I will be saving before we get to day 4 though, because day 4 can be a little sketchy, and I'll be saving again before the finals match. Well, I say day 4, it's the semifinals. We have W Shaver here. Oh, you butt. Get out of the water. That was won a little bit too cleanly. But I think the second battle is the one that matters more. For the ranking. Okay, back in for the second fight. It's second battle of the day. This is the last battle before I will be saving after this battle. Not right after this battle, but before we do any other battles. Are you back? There we go. Every battle is a best of 3, except for the finals, which are a best of 5. But that is the end of that day. So we're going to take another nap. But this nap will get interrupted by a cutscene. Because we had to break up the battling tournament. We can't just do it all in one sitting. Rico's here to visit us. Hi, Satan. Okay. Rico's like, I'm gonna go to the sewers to solve this problem because there's been some mysterious murders happening. And Faye's like, I'm gonna help prove that I'm innocent because he has been falsely accused. And Satana's like, I will go too. So I guess now we have a party of 3. Actually, right here we are going to turn around because this is the point where I want to do some menuing and safety save. We're going to start by using some of these. That's a glitched item. Don't worry about it. Well, I'm here, I'm gonna save. Make sure my agi glitch is still good. Or make sure my glitched item is still good. And we're gonna get started on the Kislev sewers. I like doing it here for safety because not in this dungeon per se it's dangerous, but in the dungeon following this, having the extra HP is really important as a safety. It's a really nice safety because those fights can start doing a lot of damage because we don't have armor equipped. I didn't equip any armor on anyone. We just equipped like a bunch of speed rings to go fast and ether doubler on Faye. Faye and Satan don't have any armor equipped whatsoever, and so they, without that extra HP, could very easily die. But the speed is more valuable than any armor. Anyway. I only got hit there because the encounter was happening, and it ate my jump, and I couldn't jump that. So we lost 3 hit points. Oh no. I'm not going to have to heal up before the next fight. We need to head down here for a little scene. That's fine. Jump off that ledge. Not hacks, just glitches. We're just using glitches. All of these things are obtainable using glitches that you can perform on the original game with just like your 2 discs. We just used the glitches to get really overpowered. Yes. Yes, actually there is. We did it right at the beginning of the run. Well, not really. We just used the item, but we bought an item. We bought a glitched item that can only be used at save points that, hold on. Okay. This way. We bought a glitched item right at the beginning of the run that we just used that increases your maximum HP and MP by a lot. And we bought a bunch of it, so we just used a few of it. It's not a survival 10. It's a glitched item. Using a glitched menu that we accessed at the very beginning of the run. And by beginning of the run, I mean before you're supposed to gain control of Faye. Because by switching discs in the opening cutscene, at a specific point in the opening cutscene. but it increases your max HP and MP by a lot. It doesn't actually have a name. Its name is just blank. But I have like 20 something of them in my inventory. But yeah, we had that. We got a whole bunch of ether drives on Faye. So Faye's ether is through the roof right now. Faye is we have a bunch of ether doublers and speed ring S's. We bought a lot of those. It's an item you're not supposed to be able to obtain normally, but it's in the game's code. Its description is in Japanese too. But I think it's not actually meaningful Japanese. I think it's Japanese gibberish. Yeah. No, we swapped this, and then you swap back. It's a very specific point. Yes, we need to backtrack this way. Head southeast. This way to the ladder that leads to the next floor. And then we also skipped all of Ave by unloading, by swapping discs on the overworld and taking the Yggdrasil and unloading part of the world so we could go around the mountains that separate Ave from Kislev. Oh yeah, no, we can't skip nearly as much. The JP version, I think you can skip all of Disc 2. You just do not have to play Disc 2. The US version, unfortunately, we have to play Disc 2. Or maybe fortunately, because we get all the plot. But yeah, we also have some glitched parts on our gears that make them ridiculously strong. So yeah, my gears, Weltall is basically able to one-shot everything and is ridiculously fast. It has 183 agility right now because of a glitched part I bought, and then I got it an Omega 100 engine and two GNRS 50s. Heimdall has the same engine and 3 GNRS 50s equipped, but doesn't have the same speed that Weltall does. We make the gears very OP. I have, so far, not encountered an enemy that I could not one-shot. Glitched items. Glitched items are powerful. It has 183 agility. I can show you in the menu. Actually, in the menu that's coming up, because there's a menu before Red Room. So I can show you in that menu, because I will probably want to peek that anyway. But yeah, no, it works. It's ridiculous. This game is slightly broken. Okay. Dang it, I missed this cutscene skip. I don't know if it shows up as that in combat. I will have to see you the next time I haven't paid attention. Because all I know is that he's going real fast. Like, real fast. Okay. I think it goes past 16 in combat because it's just so high. I feel like it must. Okay, let's do this menu. We need to equip some mind guards. Faye, you need a mind guard there. Stan, mind guard. You need a mind guard there as well. I don't care about anything else. Let me go into gear. 183. See, it's right there. And now this is the first fight in the game that I don't one-shot. We can't quite one-shot this fight. Guided shot is not strong enough. I mean, we can't one-shot Rico in the baptism ceremony, I guess, technically, but you're not supposed to defeat Rico, and we can defeat Rico if we wanted to in the baptismal ceremony. But for now, it's boss time. Yeah, we're fine. We want to speed Star Faye. For reasons, Scala. I don't know. We want to actually defend once here with Faye, and then second turn guided shot. This is important because Red Room will get a turn here, and we want to make sure that turn is not a murder. Now we do two more guided shots, and this fight will be over. Boom. Red Room is done. That is a very, very obnoxious boss casually. Extremely obnoxious boss. That we just kind of destroy. And it can be obnoxious in the speedrun if you just try to go for the guided shot straight out. Because without that defend, if you do 2 guided shots before its first turn, it will use murder, which will kill one of your party members and absorb all their HP. And if it kills Faye, that can get a little hairy. If it targets Rico or Satan, it's fine. Like, whatever, you just guided shot him again and he's dead. But if it targets Faye, that gets a little bit hairy. So that's why I use the strategy of defending once, just to make sure that we don't hit that threshold before his first turn, and then we can rush him down before his next turn. Because it takes just a little bit more damage than a guided shot will do to get him down to the threshold where he uses that ability. Because he uses it when he has 2,000 HP remaining and he starts with like 4,200. And so taking off like a little over 2,000 puts him like right above that threshold. And then 2 more is easily going to do it. And we can get those 2 before he gets a second turn. Anyway, now we have a lot of plot. Because we finished a dungeon. Oh gosh, I'm definitely saving after all this plot before the semi-finals of battling. Yeah, exactly. We beat a boss. The reward is plot. We get lots of cutscenes. Also, hey, it's Ellie. We haven't seen Ellie since Black Moon Forest. For reasons. Because we may have skipped the entire Bloodavik and Nissan visits and just gone from Bart's pirate hideout straight to Nortune, because that's like a normal plot progression. That is not the last plot skip that we do either. There is one other like big skip that we can do in this run. We basically cut Shakan out of the game in this run, and I kind of love it. Like, Shakan just almost doesn't exist. He gets mentioned, but he does not appear. He will not be appearing in this run. Oh, yes, Scala, it's all these folks. They're technically Ellie's subordinates. We skipped an encounter with them and Ellie where we find out that they're together, that they work together. As part of like the huge chunk of plot that we skipped. But we will have one more encounter with them coming up. And then they kind of just fade into the background. They don't even die in the story. They show up in Disc 2, just in a cutscene. As, like, decent people. Like, they're actually not bad. They just happen to be, No. No, we just kind of defeated them. They don't die. They're in Disc 2. They show up in a cutscene. I actually think they don't. Maybe at the very end, probably. But they at least make it through the first round. Or the first couple rounds. Like, they make it through Mahanon being raised, at the very least. Wow. That's amazing. Okay. Yay, cutscenes. So many cutscenes. Satan just disappears there because he's leaving our party. But you can just catch him disappearing before that fade out completed. Love it. Yeah. No, that makes sense. It's very different than the Xenogears version. I don't want to view all those cutscenes again. Just in case battling goes terribly wrong. I don't think it will, but just in case. I play very safe around battling. Because we can overpower ourselves all we want for everything else in the game. We cannot overpower ourselves through battling. No! Informationist, you're the wrong person. No. Go away. Oh my gosh, stop talking. I talked to the wrong person and I lose like 30 seconds. The semifinals, we have to win 3 matches, which are each best of 3. Because the finals is just one final best of 5. Hatamoto is not scary. Hatamoto has never given me trouble. Hatamoto's easy. Sometimes he's annoying, but... Okay, you could maybe stop that now? Oh, come on. Hatamoto, please. Oh my goodness, Hatamoto. Whew. That was close, which is bad for time. We lose some time because of how close that was. Oh no, I got the short text box. Okay. I still got the short text box. I'm glad I got the short text box. Apparently the first fight went well enough that I got the short text box. I'm not saving between the finals matches, or the semifinals matches. We'll just do all 3 of them back to back. They're not that long. And I don't think, I'm not generally not likely to lose them. Although the last one is quite rude. Fire Wheel is not too bad, I don't think. Fire Wheel can be annoying, sure, but... Oh, please. Okay, no more. That's Fire Wheel round 1, Fire Wheel round 2. It's basically all about just starting to spam combos on them. They can dash out of them, but like, they usually don't do it well. And then using some of your HP as a resource when they get low. Okay. Some more prize money. I don't care about prize money because I keep my infinite money from the menu that we did at the beginning of the game, so I have infinite money. Yes, we'll enter the final bout. This is going to be up against Silver Star. Silver Star is not fun. I don't like Silver Star. Silver Star is a very rude battling opponent. Mostly because it takes forever to knock Silver Star down, and it likes to jump and stuff. Okay, could you not? The ether shots are very strong, but you can't spam them. So I tend to go more for S spam, which is like the weak attack, because it's less counterable. And then once they're down, I hit them with ether shots. I might try to stun them with an ether shot if they're up to get the S started, but... Okay. That is the semifinals done. We made it through the semifinals. And Hammer is going to be like, oh my goodness, you made it through the semifinals. You did it. You only have to get through the best of 5. Which essentially just means I have to win 3 in a row instead of 2 in a row. Although, well, I don't know. Means I can lose 2 matches instead of just losing 1. Although I'd rather not lose any of them. I'd like to get through the... I can't remember if I lose. It's either you have to try it again or it's a game over. But it will not restart the whole tournament. Like, I genuinely don't remember. And that's if you lose the whole match. If you lose 1 bout, it's whatever. It moves on. It just gets added to the record. They're telling me to save here. I'm not going to save here. I'm going to save later. Because there's a bunch of cutscenes that are coming up, and I would like to get through those before I do any... saving. Also here, this cutscene makes the least sense in any percent. We apparently don't have good enough parts. Never mind the fact that I have parts from, like, the end of the game on my gear. Also, apparently, this is the person from the Ave tournament. The Ave tournament? What's the Ave tournament, Faye? I don't remember an Ave tournament. We definitely did not do an Ave tournament of any sort. We may have skipped that part of the plot. Also, Wise Man has mastered the power of teleportation, apparently. This battle is not scary. It used to be thought that you had to lose this battle, but that's not true. This fight has HP. So, like, the old strat was to just defend until you lost. But we're gonna follow the new strat, which is guided shot. And the fight instantly ends. He has a lot of ether defense, but we can cut through it because 200 ether is overpowered. So we make up a lot of time on that fight compared to the old route. But yeah, Wise Man is here to give us life advice. And then he reveals that he is the one who dropped us off at Layham. And he knew our dad. Hush Scala spoilers. Anyway. We're getting some exposition here. This is true. We're gonna find this out in like 9 hours. At least I hope it's like 9 hours. And now we get introduced to the concept of Shavat. We won't be going there. It's not important. Shavat is not an important place in Xenogears at all. Apparently we met this person before in the tournament in Ave, but we weren't there. Yes, Hammer, what is this Ave tournament? We didn't do an Ave tournament. Because we definitely were playing this game exactly as intended. Anyway, that's that whole sequence. This is the wrong way. I didn't run far enough down. No, not now, Hammer. Let me away. Let me out. I didn't run far enough down. I deserve that time less. Yes, exactly. Any percent Faye is gaslit even more than normal. Satan telling Faye that he had to, I don't know. Satan telling Faye he made a promise to Bart that he would protect Margie and Nissan and the people of Nissan, even though Faye has no recollection of this. And we don't see it happen, it just does. Also, Shakan just gets dealt with off screen. And I love it. Anyway, we're almost done with battling. I'm so ready. So ready to be done with battling. Okay. I don't like battling very much. In this game. It's like, I get it, it's a cool little side thing, but I don't like that a bunch of it is required for the plot. You are a butt. Styre is confirmed a butt. Okay, please stop that. Come on. Oh, heck. There we go. One round. Styre likes to overheat himself, I've noticed. Oh, you butt. Please stop. Oh my goodness, Styre. This is the kind of stuff that Styre can pull sometimes. He's really heckin' rude. I cannot afford to do any more of that. Okay, still got that win. Styre is very rude sometimes. Please don't go into the ocean. I just need to fire a thing. Okay, Styre done. We have officially won the finals and become the battling champion like those guards said we were an hour ago? A little more than an hour ago? More than an hour ago. Okay. Well, we are the battling champion now. Bye, Rico. But we have officially gotten our colors removed. Or we're gonna get our colors removed. We have some scenes first. Aww. Poor Rico. It's okay, Rico. We'll bring you into the party a couple more times. No, one more time. Sorry. I lied. Rico is only gonna show up like one more time in the party. But back to Ellie and the Gebler Special Forces. We're gonna get introduced to... This is like the second real villain of the game, Dominia. We kind of skip... Well, no. I guess we can count the worst Discord server as, like, real villains. We'll consider them villains. So this is the third villain of the game that we get to meet. Okay, Dominia, please. You can stop talking about how racist you are. Anyway, we are now free to go, basically. We get a room in D block and we can actually go other places. And now we can plot to actually get out of Kislev, or get out of Nortune. Hooray! We can start figuring out how to leave Nortune. Bye, Hammer. Martina's gonna tell us this thing about going to the Wildcat Bar. It's not actually important. We don't need to remember that. We will not have to go to the Wildcat Bar. We get stopped on the way out, of course. And we can now go down to this part of the city and head back into this room. Back into the Central District. Hey, it's the battling champ. And they're like, yeah, you can come in. We have to go through here. We have to go through decontamination this time. We didn't have to do that last time. I skipped that room. This room is unloaded. We just go forward and get into the elevator, and the elevator is a little bit weird. Satan and Faye have figured out the power of levitation. And the elevator also breaks all logic and goes through walls. It's fine. This is what they get for having an elevator that goes up and a little bit sideways on its way up. We break it in any percent because we don't take it down. So it's still at the top position. It's still in position at the top of the shaft when we get in at the bottom, and then it's like, oh, shoot, we have to move this to this point and then to this point. And then back to the top. And it doesn't reset its position. It's great. Also, Rico just kind of shows up here. I don't know how that happened. But he's here now. And now Rico's going to have some flashbacks to his childhood. We're going to unpack Rico's childhood trauma. Oh, gosh. They were finding out Rico got bullied as a kid because he's demi-human, and then his mom died, and it was very sad. Also, Mio is the worst. But Rico's under arrest for reasons. Bye, Rico. Bye, Sigmund. I just kind of want to leave. Now we finally get to take the elevator down. Anyway, we get automatically taken to A block. We don't even have to remember that we have to find the Wildcat because Hammer just kind of shows up. And doesn't understand that sensitive information should not be talked about in front of the police. Especially when you're trying to do crime. And now we're gonna find out where Weltall is from Hammer. Hammer at the very least does get us this information, which is very nice. Bye, Hammer. Don't want to fall down that chimney, that would be real bad. Just get out of the district. Falling down that chimney would result in more scenes, and I don't want more scenes. Okay. Heading back into D block. These people approach us and they're like, hey, Rico's gonna get executed. Well, basically they're like, hey, we need to talk to you. And they're very ambiguous about what they want. But they're basically going to talk about how Rico is going to get executed soon and we have to go, and they want us to help rescue him. And it's kind of on our way out, so we're going to do it. we're getting just a lot of information about sort of what's been going on. And so we're gonna have to try to rescue Rico. Hammer shows up in the middle of this. And apparently there's a supply train tonight, and Faye's like, okay, we need to move tonight then, because we need to save Rico on our way out. Apparently Hammer managed not to hear that Rico is going to get executed, even though it was on the news. And yeah, we'll just do it on the way. It's fine. And they're now going to all leave. And they're willing to pay me money to get Rico free, so that's cool. Just free 2,000 gold that we don't need because we have infinite money. Bye, Hammer. And now it's nap time, because it's not quite late enough for the train yet. I'm ready though. So we're gonna take a nap, then we get on the train and start making our escape. Oh, this sequence takes a while. We're almost done with Kislev though. I can't wait. Can't wait to get to Akivi. I was like, please, I am on the train. Okay. Hey, by the way, the train cars are unstable. We don't actually have to jump off of this car. We will have to jump off of the second car, though. Bye, train cars. And we're off. Welcome to this dungeon, which I cannot platform up. My goodness, platforming is hard in this game. There's a fairly precise skip coming up in this next room that skips the puzzle. See if I can get it. Nice, first try. I actually never get that first try, so that felt really good. The run didn't suck. Alright, we have to keep going. Oh my gosh. I managed to do something good in this run. Defending was not good. There's like a block pushing puzzle there, but we can just skip it with a precise jump. Anyway, now we have to find out that the master key is going to be put on the shelf. We will need that master key. They all leave, and now we can sneak in, get that master key, and then Satan is like, hey, we need to make sure we grab this specific part that is actually very useful casually, but I will never be using it. We will not be using it in any percent. I think it does see use in NMG, I want to say, but not on any percent or cutscene percent. Okay. 3 of them. That's not what I wanted to do at all. Okay. This room, just run right through it. Okay. I usually get one encounter in each of those hallways. We're getting good runs. This is good. I feel like the run is starting to recover a little bit and be not terrible anymore. You know. Just go straight through this room. We're in this starting room again, but we have the master key, so we can now go through this door. I'm glad that we got that jump in before the encounter. We're getting real good run luck. I like this. I like this a lot. Okay. Gotta push this button a couple times. There we go. And then get on the elevator. And that's the dungeon. Wow. That was a pretty fast dungeon. Now we have like a boss gauntlet to get through. With cutscenes in it. Okay. Very light poke. Goodbye. And, of course, right as we're making our escape, all that, like, planning that was going on with Ellie and the Gebler 5, yeah, they're showing up now. In Nortune. And off we go, into the sky. Satan's going to go evacuate civilians. And by that, I mean he's going to go order 2 sets of identical twins to run around a block over and over again. Also, hey look, it's Ellie and the Gebler 5. Third time's a charm? What? What do you mean? We fought you once. This is the 2nd time. I think everyone's just a little confused. I don't think you're gonna kick Faye's butt. Faye is still very powerful. Anyway, I suppose it's like boss fight time. Or gauntlet time. This is sort of a gauntlet. Boop. Goodbye. We have to use a square attack against this one because they powered up since last time. So we have to actually use like a square attack against this one because he's got a little bit too much HP for a triangle. Just a little bit. The Wand Knights also have too much HP for a triangle. But Aegis Knight and Claw Knight are still susceptible to triangle. Anyway, here go the two sets of identical twins. While Satan and Hammer are talking. They're just running around the block. Look at them go. Anyway, we have more fights. Goodbye, Claw Knight. And now the Wand Knights are up. Yep. Rico's shown up. Hey, we have a friend. He's going to help us. Rico's going to be so useful. Rico has just shown up to be an extra body in this fight that will not do anything. Faye could have soloed this. He's very useful in NMG, of course, but not so much here. Goodbye. It is capped at 16. Just double checking that in battle. Faye is capped at 16 in battle. Okay, we have a lot of cutscenes to go through now, before we get to the final fight in the gauntlet. This is not a real fight. Faye and Ellie are going to have some bonding time in a battle scene. Ellie, I don't think you're going to be able to eliminate him. I hate to say it. Aw. I will stand a chance, Ellie. It'll be okay. Also, I like that no one who's actually fighting for Kislev's safety has any attachment to Kislev. Anyway, they want me to save my game. I'm not going to. Because this fight is not dangerous. Not in this category. We're gonna take down the Hecht. Hello, Neon. We're just in time to see Dominia go down. Wow, they hyped that up a lot. But, we kind of just one-shotted her. I'll see here just in time for me to leave Kislev, which is like the low part of the run, honestly. Although my Nortune actually went really well. Like, I had some rough stuff. There were some rough spots in the Stalactite Cave and Black Moon Forest where my movement was not good and I fell down. I missed an encounter skip in the Ave transport ship, but Nortune went very smoothly, honestly. Just the entirety of this whole section of the game has gone very smoothly. The past 2 hours have been great. No complaints about anything that's happened in the past 2 hours. Other than the standard, Nortune isn't that fun for me. And now we're dealing with trying to steer the Hecht and make it land in a better place that doesn't destroy nearly as many people. Also, now that Ellie has been freed from her sense of duty, she's just like completely self-sacrificing. I don't think that's how physics works. I think Ellie would be falling with the Hecht. Because the Hecht is in, like, free fall. Or at least has no forces trying to lift it up. At this point. Like, that's not how physics works. Ellie would not fall relative to the Hecht if the Hecht is falling. Oh well. Anyway, time for a big explosion. Someone is coming to Ellie's rescue. Mystery gear. That's definitely not Groff. Definitely not Groff. Goodbye, Groff. Goodbye, totally not Groff. Anyway, Faye shows up and is here to save Ellie. Okay, but I would like to, like, move on and get into the Goliath factory now, please. We have a lot of cutscenes. Yeah, Ellie is feeling a little unsure about everything that happened. But we're just gonna move on. Get up the next morning. We're hiding out in this house. By the way, if you drop into this house, there's a whole scene where this is actually the doctor from D-Block's house. And there's a whole scene with her where they make up that knock, which I think you're supposed to get, but you can skip it. So we do. And now Hammer is going to give us information about the Goliath, which is how we're going to leave Ignis, actually. We're almost done with Ignis. You know, it's only like 5 hours, and we might be able to get off of Ignis. And of course, on the way out, we have to have more dialogue. Okay. Right, Hammer has to talk to Ellie. Head down here. This scene with the guards is pretty funny. I liked it. The two guards are like, we don't need to fight him. He is too strong. Well, it's probably not actually the guy from the wanted poster. And the other one is like, stop. You're wanted. It's great. Oh, I love this trio of guards. And they really hype this up. They're like, oh dear, this is gonna be a big battle. And then Rico beats them all up. And we're off. We have escaped. We showed up in this city like 2 hours and 15 minutes ago. Not quite. A bit over 2 hours ago. And we have escaped now. We're out of Nortune. Feels amazing. Remember that there is a world map that we can run around on? Anyway, now that we've gotten Hammer out of the dungeon, out of Nortune, he will open this door for us. Like, that's actually the plot flag we had to set. There's Hammer right there in that gear. We're not going to question it, but this door does not open unless you get Hammer out of Nortune. And they didn't put any encounters in this room, so we can't, like, kernel menu in here. Because you can only do the kernel menu in an area with encounters. Okay. These fights are pretty straightforward. These are forced. You can't skip them. But it's fine. This is where they went from being okay with just having like fetch quests in dungeons or like shorter dungeons or whatever, to being like, oh hey, we should start making our dungeons longer with forced encounters. which is basically the technique they used through all of AQB. But yeah, Faye can basically just solo all these encounters. Ellie is learning ether abilities as we go. There's only five of these forced encounters total, and they're all in big rooms like this. Okay. So Tan's starting to learn his elemental affinities, ethers. Ellie's been learning AoE ethers. It's actually very nice to have them learning these ethers, because we need Fusei at least from Satan for things later, and Ellie's AoE elementals are very good. We'll be making good use of them later in this run. Ellie's not going to be immediately useful in this dungeon, but she will be very useful later, and it's just faster to have her in the party and learn these things. Learn all these abilities. Because you have to be in a battle to learn abilities, even if you gain levels off screen. Because the Shadow Party does get levels as we go. Everyone will get levels. Everyone in the game is gaining gaining a percentage of the experience. They don't gain all of the full experience. But they cannot learn abilities unless they're in a battle. So it's very nice to have Ellie learning her abilities early. We definitely want to at least have Ellie learn Thermo Dragon, because that is the fastest of her 4 AoE ethers. Of course, she has one for every element, but it is the third one that she learns. Really? We got another encounter? Wow, this is bad encounter luck. As soon as I get out of Nortune, my luck is bad again. This is some bad encounter luck. Like, Nortune was fine. As soon as we're outside of the city of Nortune, it's just bad again. I mean, I guess we got good luck through, like, Nortune skip. The skip that goes to Nortune. Okay. 2 more forced fights here. There's the first one. Once again, just using weak attacks on enemies to completely wreck them. Okay, Ellie is done learning her AoE ethers. Stan is still working on his elemental affinity ethers, but we don't need anything other than Fusei, because we only use them to give elemental weaknesses to things. We need a booster in this fight because there's a lot of enemies, and it'll take time for Faye to one-shot them all. We don't really have a good sweep. Because Thermo Dragon is not going to target all enemies, it would only target a row. So it is simply not enough. So what we do instead is we just booster Faye and punch everything to death. Ellie and Satan can help a little bit. And then we made it through all the forced encounters. Now it's conveyor belt time. This dungeon has now turned into a bunch of conveyor belt puzzles, where we need to get the conveyor belts to go in the right direction to keep us moving forward. Come on, push the button. Thank you. That was a weird jump. I think I pushed that twice. Yeah. Pushed that twice accidentally. It's fine. Means we get to run away from another encounter. I'll need to push it one more time to get it to actually stick. Just walk through that conveyor belt real quick. This conveyor belt is a cutscene, essentially. Just automatically carries us through to the final room. We're almost done with this dungeon. That's good. Hey look, it's a boss. We have to fight a boss at the end of the dungeon. Oh my goodness. This boss is named Physics. We're gonna punch Physics really hard. And break Physics. We did it. Physics has been defeated. That's it. That's the entire fight. It's that. We win. And now we're on the Goliath. Okay. We have to talk to everyone here. Satan has to be talked to last. And we are off in our new airship with a save point in it. Isn't this exciting? We got an airship. It's even got a save point on board. There's our airship music. It's great, isn't it? We're gonna have a real airship. The world is now open to us. It only took 5 hours. Uh-oh. Here's Groff. Groff wants us to stay here. We don't want to stay here. We're gonna punch him for 8,400 damage so that he lets us go. Also, I guess Rico was technically in that fight, sure. Okay. Rico got a moment to shine in the party. Because Titan had to be flying the Goliath. But we did it. Yes, he's technically in the party. He kind of got forced into my party and didn't do anything. That's kind of most of what Rico is going to be doing in the game, is just not doing things at this point. Actually, I don't think we ever actually use an attack from Rico in the game. He does appear in the party a few times, but we never attack with him. He never does anything. He never even uses an item. He's just like there. The only action we ever take with him is defend or charge. No, yeah, he's kind of bad. I mean, he gets to go in the party a little bit more often than some characters. Claire's and Maria, Choo Choo, and Emeralda. We just don't use them. Anyone we get later in the game after Billy is just garbage. Okay. We use a lot of Faye, a lot of Ellie, a lot of Billy, because Billy is very good. Billy is kind of overpowered. A bit of Satan. A little bit of Bart. Bart gets to do a couple things in some fights that are not defending. Bart's actually useful for the Alpha Weltall fight. Like, of all things. Bart is, like, marginally useful. Because Wild Smile is actually, like, a decent ability. Not because he's, like, actually good at, like, doing damage or anything. Just because Wild Smile is an okay ability as, like, a buff. Or as a debuff to stack on the enemy while we're trying to pump out ridiculous amounts of damage with Billy and Faye, because they're the damage dealers. Come on. Well, Bart is like okay. Yeah, he's not. We can't overpower him in the same way that we can overpower Ellie and Billy in this run. And Faye, I suppose. But Billy is ridiculously powerful for single target, and Ellie is going to be our AoE sleeper for a lot of the game. Because we don't have any AoE. There are no AoE encounters once Ellie leaves the party, because Ellie will not be available for us the whole game, but she's available for every fight that we need AoE. So we just use Ellie for AoE. And Billy becomes our primary single target damage. Because they're just the strongest characters in the game. Really, they're not like the naturally strongest, but they're the characters that have the most easy to abuse ether abilities that do damage. Or ether-based things that do damage. Anyway, our Goliath is getting shot down. Bye, Hammer. Go away. Anyway, yeah. So our Goliath got shot down, unfortunately, by Bart, of course. Okay. And big explosion happens. The Goliath is destroyed. And we're gonna have some more cutscenes about it. Also, hey look, it's these two new characters, Ramses and Yang. We have never been introduced to these characters before. This is our introduction to them. Apparently they're important in, like, Gebler or something, I guess. Anyway, time for the ship to very slowly land and dock. This is real fun to watch. Look at that ship go. And now the worst Discord server comments on this order of these happenings. This sequence of events, that's what I was looking for. Also, the worst Discord server has the ability to have guests that show up that are not, like, permanent members, I guess. Emperor Kane is in the worst. Emperor Kane can talk to the worst Discord server. Goodbye, worst Discord server. I would like to stop hearing from you, but I have a feeling you're not going to let me do that. Anyway, we wake up on a boat. Or not on a boat, on some wreckage, floating at sea. Anyway, the others have been rescued by the Yggdrasil. Bart, hello. Okay. Bart, you should probably not say this. Oh, Bart. And there's Shavad in the sky. The game at this point is really starting to show us like, hey, you're gonna go to Shavad. You're gonna go to Shavad. Isn't that cool? This thing that's in the sky, that's been in the sky that we teased at the like very early on in the desert. We're gonna go to this place and it's gonna be cool. We're not going to go there. We skip it. In any percent. No need to go there. No need to go to Shavat. It's irrelevant. And actually, it's because we don't go to Shavat that we don't use Maria. Because if we did have to go to Shavat, Maria would actually be useful because she would have Graviton Cannon, which is a non-elemental AoE ether. Like a strong non-elemental AoE ether, which we could use to get through some fights in Disc 2 just a little bit faster. Where they start throwing AoE fights that require that have elemental affinities at us, at you in Disc 2. So we actually will have a couple fights that are slower, even in any percent, than NMG. But it's not worth going through all of Shavat just to get Graviton Cannon unlocked. You know, it's so long. Okay. Gotta head into this little shop here. Because Satan's here. We need to talk to Satan. Kind of in a lull in the game right now. You know? Just sort of having a bunch of scenes. But it'll get back. We'll get some excitement soon enough, once we're actually in Akivi proper, and can get to the dungeons there. More teasing of Shavat. They really hype up Shavat, which is fair. Shavat's cool, but like we don't get to go there. It's slow. Going to Shavat is slow. Okay, cross over here. It's faster. We're gonna head over to Styre, which is where Rico is. I mean, I guess your gear is kind of bad, Rico, but I don't think you should be impressed by Bart's gear. I did not tune it. I mean, it has some GNRS 50s on it, I suppose, so it's kind of cool, but in and of itself is not very good. Satan's gear, by all means, be impressed by Heimdall. Heimdall is very strong. Anyway, back to Faye and Ellie on the water. They're having a romantic time drifting on a chunk of a plane together on the sea. Flashback to Faye eating a fish that was not good. And then Ellie being like, I have some emergency rations that will hold us over for like a day. Yep, they're fantastic. And now it's Thames time. Oh, that kid that's walking right in the middle of the cutscene, I don't like it. Oh, kid, get out of here, please. I think this kid is really bad to talk to, too. I believe he like takes away control for a bit, and you need to finish talking to him in order to be able to run away. Anyway. And had turbo on for like this whole run. Very important to take turbo off there. Just for the map of the Thames, like when you're on the deck of the Thames, and in Nissan for some reason. If we were to go to Nissan, we're not going to visit Nissan in this run, but those two areas for some reason do not like turbo. And will not let you into any of the entrances from those areas. Specifically like the sort of broad map of the entire city of Nissan and like the deck of the Thames, not the areas where you can actually like go into houses and stuff where you're like properly in the town. And it's just those two. It's not even like the similar maps for Bledavik and Nortune work just fine with turbo. It's weird. And Shavat too. I don't know. Turbo is allowed in this game because otherwise it would be a terrible, awful experience. Filled with mashing. And that would not be fun for anyone. So, I'm very grateful that turbo's allowed. Because without turbo I would have to mash through every text box. And that's too much. Especially since without turbo I think the longest break in disc 1 is maybe a minute and a half. and there's like a longer break in disc 2, but it's very late in disc 2. With Turbo, the breaks, there are so many breaks in the run that I feel like I don't need to take all of them. You know, with Turbo, there's a break long enough that I can make myself a meal. And then, like, come back and not lose time. As long as I have the Turbo going. Oh yes. With the unchangeable text speed in this game, without Turbo, the game is basically either an endurance rhythm game or, hey, can you mash for 14 hours? No. No, you should not be mashing for 14 hours. That's not healthy. So yeah, Turbo is allowed. Because, oh god, no. It's... being able to mash through text quickly is not a good skill. Yeah, no, we want to do these long runs in a healthy way. Because it's already a long run, you know. It's already getting to the point where, like, this is all I'm going to be able to do today, basically. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No. Turbo being a thing is, in this run, is honestly, I think, the only reason I would run it. I would not run this game if Turbo was not allowed. I would use Turbo anyway and be like, hey, I'm using Turbo. I technically can't, you know, and then be like, well, I guess I'm exempt. I can't call this any percent because it's any percent with Turbo now. Because, no, I refuse. I refuse to mash through that much text. Sounds, honestly, awful. Anyway, so we've kind of just been talking to this captain for a while of the Thames, and he's like, great, I like you, you're cool, I'm the captain of this Thames, which is this sort of group of salvagers who dig things up from the bottom of the sea. But there's this sort of, like, battle that's happening off of the Thames, and it seems like it's a submarine that's under attack. And so we're like, oh, it's our friends, it's Bart's ship, we should go help. And the captain's like, let's make sure that the gears are finished being repaired. And then we'll send them to the deck so that our Faye and Ellie can go help out. Because the captain is cool like that. And is like, we're not going to get involved in the fight, but we're going to support you. This is how you make friends. You get stranded on a piece of wreckage and then get fished up by a wandering sea captain and then immediately befriend the captain. Don't you know? This is the best way to make friends. Other than fighting your friends in a boss fight. First. That's the other way to make friends. And off we go. Faye and Ellie are going to go help Bart and Co. Fight off the Haishao. Hi Rico, I guess you're still a character that's in this game. Oh, Bart, you shouldn't do that alone. Yeah, Bart, please let Faye handle it. Ellie is tagging along for now. She's learned all of her ether abilities she needs. But she can keep tagging along for the time being. Yeah, Bart, you're not built for this. Let Faye handle it. Of course, Ellie showing up here is going to be a whole thing, because Dominia in the Haishao recognizes her. This is true, Neon. Rico does join a couple of fights, but he never, like, actually contributes to any of them, so he's, yeah. I think probably the luckiest one is actually Choo Choo. Genuinely, I think Choo Choo is the luckiest party member. Because she never joins any fights. She just hangs out in Faye's party the whole game. Safely out of harm's way, just in the background. But Rico is pretty lucky, yeah. You could say the same about Emeralda and Maria. We need to just... right. This is what we're doing. One kick. Bye, Haishao. The depth charges are ready. We kick to the Haishao once and the depth charges are ready, because that makes sense. Anyway, they're gonna take Elliot out of our party because they're so rude. So Ellie's been removed from our party, but that's okay. We'll be fine. We don't really need her right now. She still hasn't become overpowered yet. She'll get there. Up come Faye and Bart. And we're going to be docking at the Thames now. Look, it's a ship. It's a giant ship with our other giant ship docking at the larger ship. Hooray! We're gonna be on the Yggdrasil and the Thames for a bit. Okay, Bart. Also, Faye is just gonna accept that he made this promise, and Bart is like, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Also, presenting Margie. This is the first time we get to see her. We aren't going to be seeing a ton of Margie throughout the game, but, you know, she's okay. She does make it into the any percent run. Barely. Wait, Margie, why do you just know Faye? Isn't this the first time you're meeting Faye and Satan and everyone? Very confused. Margie's just like very casual with everyone, even though they definitely have not met her. Like, she just showed up. And I can understand meeting, like, Bart and his crew off screen, but like, you didn't have time to meet Faye or Rico. Maybe Rico, because Rico was on the Yggdrasil, but you definitely did not have time to meet Faye. Anyway, Miang's doing Miang things. Bye, Miang. Just now we get let in a little bit on they're planning something, apparently. Ellie is now leading the salamander. Yeah, he's whining and dining with the captain of the Thames. I hate climbing this ladder. Okay, Bart. Okay. Down to the dock we go. We gotta go into the depths of the Yggdrasil now. Martel has good instincts. And yeah, this isn't good. Ellie may have accidentally ruined some stuff. No permanent damage, just, you know, it's going to take longer to get repaired. Apparently she was hypnotized. And that is the last time we will set foot in the engine room. Ellie doesn't remember anything. And then we check in with her and Sigurd is like, hey, something's coming for us. And we have to go out separately. And Ellie is going to... is offering to prove herself in this fight. Unfortunately for her, she's not actually going to prove herself because she's not going to get to do anything. Faye is going to just completely destroy everything, and then Ellie is just going to kind of stand there. She's not going to, like, turn on us or anything, but she's also not going to actually help. Because she won't get a chance. Faye is too good and too fast. Too fast, too strong. All that. Speaking of which, we need to re-equip that Speed Ring S. And time for some more fights. Blade Gash. We kick her, Dominia goes away. Really quite easy. But that's not it, of course. There's another gear underneath, below. So we're all gonna dive down. And head into another battle, of course. Second boss fight. Okay. And after this we'll have a bit of downtime in the run. I say downtime like this run isn't full of downtime because of all the cutscenes, but it'll be a bit more more chill, just walking places, triggering cutscenes, advancing the plot, all that good stuff. For a bit. We just kind of hit him hard. Yang's gear gets a turn for some reason, and then it registers that, we destroyed Haishao. But of course, after the actual fight's over, the Haishao does a desperation attack, which is going to knock Faye unconscious. How unfortunate. But seeing Faye fall down awakens something in Ellie, and she gets the ability to use air rods. This game is such an anime. It really is. That is going to be a very powerful ability for Ellie. That is, air rods is what we were waiting for on Ellie, to make her good in gear. It's a very strong ether-based ability. That's AoE. And ether is the best stat, so we will of course be feeding Ellie a bunch of ether drives so she can just do a ton of damage with air rods, and also a ton of damage with her thermo dragons as well. Like her AoE spells as a character. But we're left here. Faye is in the Faye is in the infirmary on the Thames. And we're going to need to take him to the Ethos headquarters to get him more treatment. But we need an introduction to the Ethos headquarters. But there happens to be someone who can introduce us at the Ethos HQ on the Thames right now. How convenient. Also, we're about to meet the best character in the game, I'm sorry. At least in the speedrun. He is the best character. Bar none. The most overpowered character. Margie also wants to talk to the E-Tone, so she's hanging out here, you know? Oh no. Poor little girl. Hey look, it's a new character. This is not the Ito, and it's also not a party member. But I guess we can get introduced to him anyway. Josiah does not trust Ellie because she's dressed up like she's from Solaris. But Satan shows up to help out. And we find out the girl's named Primera. It's his daughter, actually. She, like everyone else in this game, has childhood trauma and does not talk. I swear, there are so many characters in this game with childhood trauma. But in the meantime, the Etons arrived. He is Jesse's son, Billy. Billy is great. Billy is the best character. Best party member in the game. It'll take a bit before he joins the party, but once he actually joins the party, it'll be great. And Billy agrees to introduce us at the Ethos HQ. And then Margie wants to talk to... Margie and Billy are like, let's discuss theology, because we need to talk about our religions. And yeah, Billy is going to get us our introduction to the Ethos, so we can treat Faye. And Billy's also going to take Prim back to the orphanage that he runs. Because Jesse is too busy to be like a proper dad. It's fine. He won't get into this. And we can actually, like, get going now. We're never gonna return to Ave, actually. Or is that true? Yeah. No, we're never gonna return to Ave. Ave is irrelevant. Why would we return to Ave? We're not going back there. It's a waste of time. Now, yeah, exactly. We don't want to go back to Ave. We have business on the sea. Yeah, Margie has something to talk to us about. We don't care. Basically, Margie can perform party swaps, but yeah, we will never use Margie to party swap in this entire run. It's slow. And the game usually puts Faye in our party anyway, like, there's no reason to. Or gives us prompts. Anyway, this is the one encounter that actually can, like, attack us. It's annoying. We're perfectly safe here. It's kind of slow, getting into encounters on the sea. Satan cannot fall down. Like, Satan cannot die here. He will not take damage because of the armor we bought. These encounters are actually the reason we buy that armor. Just to make these safe. Because it takes very little time to buy, and, you know, may as well make this part of the run much safer. Anyway, we're here at the Ethos HQ. And we've brought Faye with us. He's being taken to the infirmary. We're just gonna follow Billy. Jesse has apparently been causing problems for the Ethos, but they don't blame Billy. We're gonna pass Billy here. Head down the stairs. And into the infirmary here at the Ethos HQ. We find out that Faye is probably going to be fine. He's gonna be fine, he's just exhausted. And he needs to rest. And then he will be fine. But they need to conduct some more tests on him. They need to do some more tests, so to make sure he's gonna be fine before they can discharge him, and then we can treat him on board the Yggdrasil. It'll all be fine. Basically, Faye is going to be fine. There's the gist of this. And Ellie feels like it's her fault that this happened, and it's like, no, it's not really your fault. Ellie's going to stay with Faye. We are going to do this the fastest way, which is run up to this guy here in this room, talk to him 11 times. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Okay, now we can leave. That is the fastest text box to go through in terms of time to get there and time it takes to sit through it. You just have to talk to a bunch of different people around here and then head back into this hallway and Ellie will show up. And now that we have Ellie back, we can go right back down. Right back down to the infirmary. And we find out that his treatment is done. Hooray. We just had to go upstairs and talk to someone a bunch. And his treatment's done. And now we can take him back to our ship. Ellie wants to go thank Billy, and we find out Billy went back to the orphanage with all the children at the orphanage. And it's like, wait, we should probably go to the orphanage too so we can thank him. And so off we go. We're gonna just head back up to the bridge to launch the Yggdrasil, head to the orphanage now. They really have us running all around Akivi without doing a dungeon. Soon enough. We'll get to a dungeon soon enough. Ugh. This part of the run is there's a bit of downtime here. Like, this part of the run is really low energy, I feel. Like the beginning of Akivi, which I don't mind, honestly. It's kind of nice. As a contrast to Nortun's battling intensity. Just having a nice, chill trip through Akivi. Just kind of having a nice, chill, let's sail around Akivi time. And talk to people. And that's all we're doing to advance the plot. Oh my gosh, I'm almost out of the water. So close. Anyway, we're just gonna zip on over to the orphanage. Get in there. And talk to Billy here. So we can thank him. And then Sigurd shows up to tell Bart about something. And then Jesse shows up and is like, and then and they realize, hey wait, all these people know each other. Because Sigurd used to rent a room from Jesse when Billy was very young. Also, right, we do know that Sigurd was from Solaris originally. Or not from Solaris, but spent time in Solaris. Which is where he spent time with Jesse. Or where he was staying with Jesse. and they're off to go drinking. Billy's like, I don't want to. No thank you. But yeah, Satan is going to duck out, and so Rico is going to join our party for a bit. Doesn't really matter. He's not going to be actually relevant to anything that happens here. I mean, he could be if it was cutscene percent. If actually, we would need Rico in the party for some things. But it's not cutscene percent. Okay, Billy. I like that detail of Prim coming out of the door and then going back in when she sees Bishop Stone. That's kind of neat. And yeah, Bishop Stone is giving Billy a mission. You know what just occurred to me? The game makes a whole point about Drive being this really dangerous performance-enhancing drug. We gave Faye, like, all of the ether drive. So much drive. At the beginning of the game. Maybe that's what's causing everything. We're also about to give Ellie and Billy a whole lot of drive. Okay. Off we go. To the gun room. Well, I mean, it would make sense that Carr was quite upset. I mean, according to an interview with someone involved on the team, Ramses and Sigurd were supposed to be lovers originally. It's not explicitly stated in the game or anything, or any of the like works around the game, but I believe it. I believe that Ramses and Sigurd were former lovers. Even if it's not, like, officially canon. They definitely have that sort of, some of those interactions where it makes sense that that would be the case. Anyway, Sigurd passed out because he doesn't drink. Jesse, now Jesse's home, comes back home to the orphanage. And Billy and Jesse are having an argument, of course. Poor Sigurd indeed. I mean, Sigurd is like the best character that isn't a party member, I think. Like, Sigurd is awesome. No, I don't want to rest. Yeah, no, I know. It's an actual decent person who's not in the party who also is cool. He's cool and good. Like, and not in the party. This is not supposed to happen. Anyway. Now we're gonna meet Billy here in the gun room. So named because of the guns on the wall. Yes, cool and good and attractive. Yes. Anyway, Billy is talking. Billy's basically gave us a little tutorial about how he works, because he's a little bit different. His square attacks are ether-based and are elemental in, I believe, a non-gear form. In character form. I think in gear form they're non-elemental. I have to double check. But they are ether-based. His triangle and X attacks are not ether-based, but we've got a very good weapon for him, so he'll still be able to do quite a lot of damage. And now we find out that Billy has childhood trauma from his mom dying when he was very young. Wow. This is what, like the second party member that had the mother die when they're very young? Well, no, third, because Bart also... Yeah. There are a lot of dead parents. Because we've now had Bart, Rico, and Billy. I'm starting to think childhood trauma is a theme of this game. Yeah, no, I think... Actually, I think more than half of the party loses specifically their mothers at young ages. And that is just like, wow. Okay. Or at least their mother figures. Bill, you should have just done a kernel menu. Then you have like 99 million GP. Just do a kernel menu, Billy. It's fine. Doesn't matter that there's a 50% chance you destroy the world and crash the game when you do a kernel menu setup. Anyway, we're actually gonna have a dungeon coming up. It's very exciting. Oh, good. Perfect timing on the loud noises outside. Oh my gosh. So much loud noise. Well, okay. We want to bring this party, specifically. What do I need to do? Right. Actually, I don't need to do it here. We don't need that yet. We want Billy Ellie Satan. And up here. We have to use we have to split our stack of 99 ether drives pretty precisely for this next section. It's not like super precise, but we're going to give some of them to Billy and the rest to Ellie. Both of them need ether. Okay. Billy needs this stuff. Though that, of course. Ellie also needs some of this. And Satan needs a third speed ring S. There's no agi glitch actually to take advantage of, so we're good. Oh, I need to equip a thing on Vierge. Actually. Yeah, we need a power magic on Vierge. But yeah, it is Ethos transport ship time. No, don't climb back up the ladder. We are now inside the meat. Excellent. Gotta run at this door 5 times to blow it, to send it off of its hinges. Let's not miss the ladder. And this fight is not dangerous. Not really, at least. Okay. We need to speed star Billy first. This is why we bought Matt Hydro ammo, by the way. This thing is weak to ice. Billy uses this Hellblast Death Blow. This should do about 1,000 damage. Yeah. Speed star Ellie as well. Satan is here to haste everyone else. $1,100. Good. Billy Gobert. I do have Zeta Saws as a backup in case things go badly. But we should be through it just about now with this Aqua Ice. Yeah. Easy peasy. And hey look, it's Billy's gear. All the kids at the orphanage are trained to launch Billy's gear. It's great. Anyway. That's an interesting thing down there. Hey look, it's giant wells. I like how the Ren Matsuo also took off the guardrails on that bridge. Also, just the Yggdrasil shows up, because why not? I mean, the Yggdrasil, to be fair, was nearby, but like. Anyway, it's second boss time. This boss fight is easy. Aerods. Aerods go burr. And now we're gonna give Billy a ride back to the Ethos HQ. Okay. We have a lot of sort of dungeons coming up. Oh no, it is this way. Right. Just over here. We need to, before entering, we need to do some stuff. There we go. You're up to max HP. Max you two out. We're going to take this ether doubler off. Very important that we do that. Don't have any agi glitch stuff, glitch ability, glitched equipment on, so I don't have to worry about agi glitch right now. Because the only thing we need to agi glitch is phase gear. If Weltal's in the party, we need to actually do some extra menuing stuff. But we don't have Faye right now. Anyway, things are not going well at the Ethos HQ. Ellie is going to wipe the floor with everything here. Even without the ether doubler. She is strong enough to wipe everything. In one Thermo Dragon. And that is also the fastest ability, so we do that over anything else. Yep. We're gonna head back down. The Pontiff, unfortunately, is not going to make it. But neither of these assassins. Thermo Dragon too good. We take the Ether Doubler off here just to preserve Ellie's EP, because we're going to be using a lot of Thermo Dragons to get through this dungeon and the next dungeon without a heal in between, and I'd like to have EP left over. Because we would only be able to use like 8 with the Ether Doubler, I think. And we can use 16 without the Ether Doubler. But without healing, without needing to heal, so. And I think there's something like 8 fights. So technically, it'd be fine to probably leave it on, but that would be very little room for error. Especially if we needed to, if we accidentally got into an extra fight. We don't need the damage anyway. At least not for a while. Anyway, it's time for a really long cutscene involving what the Ethos is up to. Where we will find out over the course of this cutscene that the Ethos is actually a front for Solaris, which is the evil country in the sky. And Billy is like, wait, I didn't know this. This is not good. I don't like this. So yeah, we're kind of investigating here in this room. Also, Rico and Bart just like showed up because why not? They have the battle data, a bunch of reports from Northrend's D block. This report, which takes forever to scroll through. But it's by Bishop Shakan. Oh my goodness, Shakan is a bishop. We don't really care about Shakan. This is the last time actually he will ever be mentioned in the game, in the run. He just kind of disappears off screen. He never even shows up. Shakan is not a character. Shakan is not relevant to the Xenogears Any % run. And I love it. We just cut him completely out of the run. Yep, and now we find out the Ethos is a front, and it's really a subsidiary organization of Solaris that was basically trying to break free of Solaris. And Solaris was like, hey no, you should stop, and so that's why they're purging the Ethos headquarters. That's a quick summary of everything that happens in this long cutscene. Billy, of course, is in denial about this, because he is very attached to his position and doesn't... and doesn't want to believe that he's been working for the bad guys. But he has. And now we find out about the 44th Salvage Plan, which actually the Ethos had commissioned the crew of the Thames to help out with. My goodness, these scenes are long. You know, like, there's more to find. And then Ellie's like, hey, there's a person from Shavat being held here. We should... Bart and Rico, go rescue this person. We skipped rescuing him earlier, because it's slow. Anyway, we head outside into the hallway and immediately back into cutscenes. Because Billy is like, I don't want to believe this. There's a lot of scenes here in the Ethos HQ. Instead of a boss fight, we get cutscenes. We get a couple forge fights and a lot of cutscenes here. Oh, Verlaine. Verlaine is loyal to Solaris, so he's like, I want you gone. And then Jesse shows up to help out. And now Verlaine is just going to give a villain monologue because Verlaine is evil and wants to talk about how, like, they're putting down the ethos to, because the ethos has been corrupted basically, and they're like, we need to shut this down. And Verlaine was basically like, hey, God doesn't exist. All this religious stuff was a lie to manipulate people. And now Verlaine's dead, because Verlaine was talking too much, and Bishop Stone did not like that. Bye, Verlaine, we got so attached to you as a villain. But yeah, Stone is the real villain of AcuV. And now Jesse is going to ask Stone to shut up, because Stone has been talking way too long. Also, I love that he's being called Stein, and Stein is just literally German for stone. There's a lot of like German influence, especially in Solaris, in the Solarian names. Oh, hey, we have a fight. I get to do something. I get to cast Thermo Dragon again. Anyway, we walk. Really? I get to do a random encounter. Oh, that's amazing. Thanks, random encounter. Oh, goodness. I got into a random encounter between opening the door and the loading zone actually being triggered. That's great. Oh no, the Thames fleet is in danger. We are not going to be saving the Thames fleet. I'm sorry, it is very slow. And also, they're fine. They don't need saving. Genuinely. They will be fine. What is the object we see? Why? It's... I'm waiting for the cutscene to actually get there. Something with the power to fire a lot of lasers. And of course, it's the Uvula ship. That Uvula ship that showed up briefly in Nortune, it's back. Also, it's the worst Discord server. And now we get introduced to Krellian. The next... the commander, apparently, of the fishbowl ship. They call it the fishbowl. I'm gonna call it the uvula ship. Everyone calls it a fishbowl, but I think it looks more like a uvula than a fishbowl. At least the shape of it. Anyway, everyone on the Thames is like panicking. But they'll be fine. You better go. Right, we're going there. We are not going to the Thames. We are going instead to the place we would be directed to go after the Thames, because there's no reason to go to the Thames. There's no plot trigger there. We don't have to go to the Thames first. Dang it, failed escape. Anyway, we have arrived in the Ethos Dig site. We're going to take the elevator down here. This is actually the last dungeon we're going to complete for a little while. We can skip that fight. You're supposed to fight those guards, but you can just run past them and skip that fight. You get this cutscene either way. I don't know, they put the cutscene trigger in front of the door. So if you hit the cutscene before you hit the guards, you just skip the fight. It's great. Not that it would be a hard fight. If I got into that fight, I could just sweep through it with a Thermo Dragon. Oh yeah, Yang is talking to Groff here. I'm not really sure what's going on in this scene, but it's fine. we are just going to move on. Head out this door. And now we've made it, we're sort of properly getting introduced to the ruins of Zabuim. Elia is having weird senses of deja vu. We will get into some of this a little bit later. But we're just going to cross the bridge for now. Head up the stairs. It is definitely a very cool background, yes. Oh, come on, game. Really? I am at the door. Let me out. Thank you. If you're lucky, you can get through this whole dungeon without an encounter, but I was not. Like, without a random encounter. These forced fights, we're gonna have to deal with. Goodbye. We can't skip a lot of the forced fights in here. Some of them are a little out of the way, so we don't have to do them. Like they just guard treasure or a save point or something. So we're gonna be skipping those, but this is the forced fight, I think. I'm gonna double check with a quick attempt to run. Okay. Don't know why Satan got 2 turns there. That's truly a mystery to me. Why did Satan get 2 turns? Don't understand. But oh well. It's fine. We still got Ellie a turn before they got a turn, which is the important part. Anyway, still gonna move through this hallway. Another forced encounter here. This is not the forced encounter. At the very least, the forced encounters are all the same formation, so if I see that formation, I know that's not the forced encounter. Now this is gonna be the forced encounter. Because there's no way I would get into another random encounter. Ellie is great for this. I have to say, Ellie is just fantastic for this dungeon. We're going to take this door. We don't need to fight that other encounter. It's not important. It is required in cutscene percent, but not in any percent. There's a cutscene behind it. Not required in any percent or NMG. This way. Yeah, it's any percent is fun. There's a lot less. There's no death blow grinding anymore. It's just glitch to get overpowered and then power just tear through everything. There will be this is a forced encounter. It's invisible, but there's a forced encounter here. And then we'll take the door north. This should be the forced encounter. If not, it's not the end of the world. Like, if this will happen to be a random encounter, it's not the end of the world. Ellie has plenty of ether points to get me through this fight and another fight, for example. Because we're going to Mega Soul up after. But no, that was the forced encounter. Good. Oh, come on. This is a random encounter. Sometimes the random encounters are just... ugh. I think it's actually faster here to just Sazanami you. Like, unless we get the run, like, first try, I think Sazanami is faster for getting out of that fight. Knowing my run luck and how bad it is, I prefer to just... It does take a bit of time. I could probably get a couple run attempts in. But also this little sequence of text boxes proves that they could have made text instant and chose not to, and that makes me so mad. Just have to run back to this room. Interact there. Okay, almost to the bottom here. We're already almost done with this, like, the trip down this dungeon at least, which is the longer trip. Just straightforward. We're gonna do this scene. Okay, Ellie, I don't know what you're saying, but okay. Ellie doesn't even know what she's saying, actually. Okay. Here's our introduction to Emeralda. We need to do a menu here. We're gonna heal up your EP. Equip Ether Doubler there. And then, not you, but you need a Power Magic, 2 Power Magics. And then you also need a Power Magic. Emerald is definitely a really cool concept. I honestly kind of wish she was more useful. She's just not that useful. I mean, she gets a little bit of use in NMG, but she doesn't get any use, but it's not really, like, real good use. She and Satan team up to kill off the party for the Deus fight so Faye can solo it. Like, everyone but Faye for the Deus fight. And yeah, no, she just joins so late. She does tag along for the final boss in cutscene %, because it's faster to just have her in that 3rd slot, because she's required for some cutscenes at the end of the game. You know, she's required for cutscenes very late in the game, so we have to go through those scenes, and it's faster to just not swap the party. Like, to do the party swap to put her in the party, we just swap in our final party at that point, and then don't swap the party from there. So it just becomes Faye, Billy, Emeralda. Because the third party member does not matter. Faye and Billy. Faye is required, Billy is overpowered and is our damage for the end game. And the third party slot doesn't matter for the final boss, so we just leave Emeralda in it. Because we need Emeralda for Zeboim 2 in cutscene percent. Not for any other category, because no other category requires it, going to Zeboim 2 at all. But of course, having Emeralda grow up is a part of cutscene percent. Oh, she's fantastic for casual. Yes. Absolutely, casually I loved her. She just joined so late that it's like hard to justify using her in a speedrun. But yeah, no, casually my final party was Faye, Satan, Emeralda, I believe. But in the speedrun, Billy is just kind of too good. Let me make sure I have my strategy for this pulled up. Okay, I do. This fight is a little bit particular. Because we have two characters with elemental affinities that we have to deal with. Okay. You actually don't do anything. You are going to attack her with a... that. Boom. We can eat Seraphita's attack. It's fine. Two X attacks there. Aqua Ice. Done. Go away, Talon and Seraphita. And now let's get out of here as fast as possible. Okay. That's done. We are still working on getting out of here. Of course I get a random encounter in this hallway. It's just a little too long. I shouldn't need to heal from that last fight. We should have enough health, but this is fine. Elevator. Through that save room. Down the stairs. Right. And we're on the bridge now. Okay. We have caught up to Bishop Stone. The escape went well. And now we have this mysterious voice chiming in, because we're gonna have to deal with this character that's showing up. This is the first time we get to see him, actually, in this run. We haven't even seen that gear before, because we skipped that. We skipped a lot of things. Not really a lot of things, we just skipped like one large chunk of the plot. Speedstar goes on Ellie. No, not Rao. Not first. First, we need to make sure you're weak to an element. We're gonna give him an elemental weakness. This is fine. Ellie should be fine here. If I really need to, I can heal her up with Billy, but I don't think I need to. Now we haste Ellie. I wanted to make sure the elemental weakness was established first. Billy is not useful for this fight. And this fight is now Ellie does damage. We should get our turns off before it gets another turn. And after that, Ellie's HP will not matter. Yep. Anemo Bolt. Useful in combination with Fusei. Like, oh no, this boss doesn't have an elemental weakness, I'm gonna make one. I'm gonna make one for him. it is a cool fight, but like, and honestly, it's kind of cool, but because we get to make a Nemo bolt useful, because most of what Ellie does is Thermo Dragon spam. You know, it's like, hey, we get to make this one single target ability useful again, and it is also very cool casually. So like, oh my gosh, it's id. Anyway, let's get out. We want out of here. We're gonna have to deal with Alconchel now that we're out. Oh yeah, no, it's, yes, absolutely. Anytime it's not the like regular fight music, oh, fantastic fight. 10 out of 10. Anyway, there goes the Uvula ship. It's gone. We're all concerned because they got Emeralda. And that's not good. We would like Emeralda. I mean, we don't really need Emeralda. Emeralda's not that good. We need to go down to the basement. I'm really good at navigating things. Oh my goodness. Okay. Into the gear hangar we go to go talk to Faye. Because Faye's back. I'm gonna delete that because that's just incorrect in my notes. Also, we're about to have Rico in the party for the last time, like ever. I hope y'all are excited. Rico is about to do his last thing, which is be slow so that he gets fewer turns in the fight that's coming up. That's the entire reason we bring Rico along for this next fight. Because he's slower than everyone else and will take fewer turns. Literally, that's the only reason we bring him along, is because we need to pass a bunch of turns. And, he's slower than Bart. Because neither Bart or Rico is useful in this fight. Rico's just slower, so he gets turns less often. Ellie and Billy are both quite useful in this next fight. So we're going to quickly swap there. And now Stone in the Alconchel is ready to attack us. And hey, we get a Do You Want the Power in this run. We cut out 2 of the Do You Want the Powers in this game, in the any percent run, and it's kind of sad. That's the only Do You Want the Power we get in the entire run. Very upsetting. Because there's two others, but one of them is we've already skipped. Because one of them is for Vanderkaum, which we skip that whole sequence, and then the other one is for Shakan, and we skip him. We are not going to fight Shakan. This is the only ambiguous offer of power in this entire run. Because we're actually getting, honestly, we're getting close to about 3/4 of the way through Disc 1 in the any percent run. I know it doesn't feel like that, but we're getting pretty far through. Probably about after this boss fight, we'll be about 3/4 of the way through Disc 1 in the any percent route. Because we're going to skip a large chunk of plot coming up pretty soon. This is just charge. All we can do in this point is charge. Oh no, Rico got hit. Whatever shall I do? Ellie actually didn't get hit there, and that's kind of nice. I mean, it's not really that good. It just means Ellie will probably survive the second phase. We have to parry through that phase, it's just charge. So we want Rico there to take fewer turns. Because that's just, as soon as Alconchel gets the third turn, we get put into cutscene mode. But Stein has to go into a big exposition. There's really just so many scenes in the middle of this fight. Like, they do the first phase of the fight, and then it's like, we're gonna interrupt your fight with lots of cutscenes. And now we find out that Reapers are people too. But Jesse shows up. Yay, Jesse! Jesse's here to save the day. Satan has comments. Okay, back to the battle scene. Oh dear. Oh gosh. Jesse has thoughts. So many thoughts. But basically Jesse's like, faith is good. Actually the Reapers were suffering and you put them out of their misery. And it's okay. Everything is actually okay. But also, Jesse, this ability that we're going to use is Jesse as the, like, attack, so, yeah, Satan tried to warn Billy not to do this, but... Yeah, it's a weapon that uses its pilot as the warhead. Oh no. Jesse was in that. Anyway, you're not supposed to go first, but that's fine. Bap. It's fine if he goes first. It's just Billy and Ellie each need to take one turn here. We're gonna bap him with a square attack and then air rods. He has more than 10,000 hit points, so we needed that square attack. And we take a bunch of damage, but Ellie is alive. Ellie sometimes dies to that, so we saved a little bit of time there. It's not worth getting Ellie a better frame to save her from that. It would take too much time. Because all it would be is just a little death animation for Ellie. So, it's not really worth going out of our way to stop that from happening. But it's nice when she doesn't fall down. Anyway, Jesse's actually fine. It hurt, but he's fine.